but my books are also available online and via my website as well.
Okay, so first of all, I want to think about why we're talking about this subject, because, you know, writing kind of is life. So what is it that we're trying to talk about here? And I'll come to you first, Rebecca.
That's an excellent question, because I kind of agree with you, and I think a lot of us probably do feel that if we didn't have writing, then what's the point, right? But I also think there's a lot to do with identity as an author in this question, because a lot of us are going to have day jobs that we do, or other responsibilities that we have to take care of that kind of take precedence, or often are kind of more urgent than our writing. And I think as writers and as artists and creatives, we sometimes maybe don't prioritise the things that bring us joy as much as we prioritise the things that earn money, or that we feel that we have responsibilities for. So I think it is a really important thing to talk about, because it's that shift in our view, isn't it, I think, of just because something is something that we do for love or for fun or to bring us joy, it doesn't make it any less important than the things that we do to earn money or to care for others. And so I think it is a really important thing to discuss.
Yeah, I think I completely agree. So, I think it's something that, particularly when you get authors of a very, very kind of high level with like lots of pressure, I suppose, where you have like a big fan base, and there's a few that I'm thinking of in particular that may take a long time to release books. You know, and I think it goes across like the board. Like, you know, it's creativity. Like the tap can run dry sometimes. You know, and it's hard to kind of. If you've got a lot of external pressures, it can be hard to kind of just go and do something that, even if you love it, which I think we all do, it can be hard to go and do something that's just creative when you've got a lot of things around it that are going on in your life as well. And I think sometimes when you're desperate for like this new book to come out, you kind of forget that there is someone just sat at a computer or sat at a desk trying to actually write a book, and there might be tons of things going on in life that we just don't know about. Yeah, I mean, the thing as well, like, you know, you write a lot of your experiences. Like for a long time, I was like, I'm very, very literal with a lot of things. So I used to always hear people say, "Oh, write what you know," and I was like, "Well, how do people write fancy books if they write what they know?" And then as I got a bit older and a bit wiser and maybe a little less literal, I was like, "Well, actually, it's putting your own experiences in it." So, like, you know, you write your own experiences, and that all comes from life and around writing. So it's very, very important to kind of discuss this kind of thing, I think. So it's a great topic. Well done, BristolCon.
So, yeah, I agree. I think also writing is very personal, and like the reason we do it is for us. And I think sometimes, as you say, when you're balancing that against other commitments and other responsibilities, it can feel a little self-indulgent to want to do something just for you. And I think it's okay to do that, and we need to talk about it, say it's okay to feel that, and it's also okay to take the time to do something just for you, and whether that is literally writing or having those things that fill you with joy and having those experiences that you can then draw on to write. It's okay sometimes to say, I need to do that outside of my role as a job, a carer, a mom, a friend, a sister, whatever it is, to say, no, I actually, to make me a whole person, this is really important. It is who I am, and it deserves time. And I think that's something that we shy away from saying sometimes because it feels a bit selfish.
Oh God.
It's just
No. I suffer from writer's guilt. So if I don't write for a period of time, I feel really guilty that I haven't written. And I think there's an idea that you're talking about, what writing is, sitting at a computer and producing a book. But for me, it's not. I can happily sit there with my journal and scribble random thoughts down, or a random paragraph that might not come into a book for 5 years, or just write a whole page of, I'm really fed up at the moment, I need to do something. For me, that's just writing and creative. I sit there and I've written blog posts recently, just like one a day almost, just to get back into writing. And that's fine, because I'm still creating, and even my lovely children give me time to do it. And you need to, I think for me, I need to block time off and say that I'm just going to go write for half an hour. or I'm just going to write a blog post, I'm just going to scribble my journal for a bit, because it just releases all that guilt of not doing it. I don't have deadlines, they're all self-imposed, but you write because you want to write, and people around you, if they care and they love you, will go, I'll give you time to do that, because I know if they don't, I'm going to be a moody little git. And if it's everyone to get it out, I think.
So that brings us nicely to the next question. So one of my pet peeves is when people say you should write every day. That's not possible for many, many people. And I think it's dreadful advice. So, but also part of that is, again, it's that idea of if you're writing's not just the bit that happens when you're sitting at the computer or when you've got your notebook in your hand. So what are all the other things that are writing that do not happen at your desk? We'll start at this end.
Well, not this morning because it was cold, but I do a lot of writing in the shower. A lot of writing while I'm out running, just because it's peace, it's quiet, there's no one disturbing, and your brain can just let go, and you just free your thoughts up, which sometimes is very difficult to do. When you're actually trying to force to be creative, but actually when you're doing something else, then your mind's free to do things, and that thinking is writing for me. And I'll sit at work occasionally when the kids are on lunch or break, and I'll have an idea, and I'll just put a note down, scribble something on my phone, typing it with thumbs, and all of that is writing. Even just going out and seeing the world is to a degree is writing. Getting ideas, watching documentaries is writing, because they'll come back at some point in the future. I don't think whatever creative field you're in, whether you write, whether you're an artist, whether you're a musician, which my brother's is, everything that you do, every experience you have, contributes to the piece that you produce in the end in some way, and all of that is creating, I think. There you go. Just a shout out your mind there.
So I'd agree. Yeah. So if you're going to sit down to write, you need to have something to write. If you sit there with a blank page and you don't know what you're going to say, you're not ready to write yet. So I agree that the write every day thing is rubbish. So for me, it's having these experiences, those thoughts, those feelings that kind of percolate through the experiences you have, your days. Sometimes I'm still doing the washing up, staring out the window, and I'm like, oh no, my hands are covered in bubbles, but I just have a brilliant idea. So I voice dictate to my phone so I don't forget it. But you need to have that so that you've got something to say when you want to write. And being able to write freely comes from having the spare mental and physical energy to create. So you also need to take the time to make sure that you are giving yourself that space to have that energy, so that when you want to write and you have that idea, you are capable of doing it. And that varies depending on your circumstance. And I think the write every day comes from a place where people have privilege without realising it, because they have that luxury, and that's not the lived reality for a lot of us. So I would say it's making sure that you are doing the things that enable you to write, and that is as equally valid as actually putting the words down on the page.
I just can't shake the mental image of Jeff in the shower with like a waterproof book just writing in the shower. Do you have a waterproof? Yeah, it's going to take a long time. So a few days ago, I tweeted about writing every day, saying that I think it's one of the most harmful bits of advice, and not so much that write every day, but the people that are saying you're not a real writer unless you write every day, because it does come with this. It brings this sense of this sense of guilt and shame, I suppose, when you kind of don't get to do it. And it kind of took off, and I got a lot of people agreeing with it, and some people saying that you're not a writer unless you write every day, which is like, see you later, block. Nice knowing you. I think that as you both said, writing isn't just sitting down with a typewriter or a typewriter. I'm in the 1930s with a typewriter. It's Monday, Sunday morning. It's your fault. I can't stop thinking about it.
When you got it.
It's not just sitting down chained to a desk, hammering away at whatever it is. Like, reading is writing, that can be reading someone else's work, it can be rereading your own work. Thinking is writing, drawing is writing, listening to music, going for a walk. great believer of, like, if you are kind of, you're hitting a bit of a creative block, just go out and walk for a while, you know, and it's the fresh air, it's the unlocking of the mind into something else. It unblocks what you've got, and something will come to you. And watching films, watching TV shows, anything, and it's completely unrelated. I was stuck on a plot point for something for ages, and I was writing around it, and I was trying to watch The Irishman on Netflix, which is like 12 hours long or whatever, isn't it? So, and I was watching it with someone who kept on getting up every 10 minutes to go somewhere and pausing it, so it was like it took about 20 hours to watch it. And at one of these points, I was looking at how, you know, how they de-aged everyone in the film to make them look like they're supposed to be like in the 40s, but it's still 80-year-old men walking around. And obviously 80-year-old men walking around in places. And then the thing that I was stuck on just popped into my head from looking at Robert De Niro shambling around this film, and I was like, oh, okay, that's great, you know. So sometimes just taking that break and not having that pressure of I have to sit down and write every day, even if the thing isn't working or isn't coming to me, I still have to be here trying to type it out. Go and do something else. I think that is really, really beneficial.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think also, and I'm sure this is not representative of the truth, but everything you've said sounded really lovely, like go for a walk and read books and listening to music, and that's great. A huge part of my writing practice is just panic. And I'm sure that like people who write here as well, how many of us have snapped awake at like 3 o'clock in the morning and suddenly realised a glaring plot hole in that book that we've been writing for like 3 years, and you're suddenly like, I've got to start over again. That's a huge part of my writing process.
But next to your bed is your journal.
Yes, obviously. But the point is it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And I think that there's that as well, that writing is this kind of very tumultuous thing. But I think also there is the key that no two writers are the same. And I think that's a really important thing for all of us to remember as well, is that I completely agree that the advice of you must write every day is going to be very damaging and very detrimental for some people. But there are some people for whom that's going to work, and that's also okay. That so much of it is just each of us finding our own process, whatever that looks like. For some people, it's not going to be putting a word down on the page until they have the whole plot marked out, measured, like inch by inch, metre by metre, exactly what they're going to say, and they can't touch the page until that's done. And for other people, doing that feels like this really crippling thing for them, and actually what they want is to just have that blank page and explore. And everybody's process is going to be different, so I think it's really important to take any kind of writing advice with a bit of a pinch of salt, because it might work for you, it also might not, and that's okay.
So we've mentioned a bit that for many writers, even ones that are highly successful, it's not, we don't earn enough to live on. So for a lot of us, that's not what we do to earn money. So how do you negotiate making time for the thing that doesn't earn money against all of your other commitments? Like, how do you manage that in your own practice? How do you justify that to yourself and to negotiate it with the other people that you have commitments to?
We're starting with me. Yes. That's a big question. So I'm also a school librarian 4 days a week, and I'm very, very lucky in that my job, the school that I work at, loves the idea of having a writer as a school librarian. So I have half an hour in the morning when I get there, which is my dedicated writing time, and I get in and I write and no one disturbs me. And my boss is very, very good at protecting that time for me, which is really, really great. But I think that there has to be a certain amount of stubbornness as a writer, and also kind of a sense of knowing yourself, that I know that if I don't write for 3 or 4 days, I get so full of feelings that my brain just feels like I'm going to explode, and if I don't write or create in some way, I'm just going to be insufferable to be around. So there's a part of me that also manages to justify it to myself by essentially saying it's for the good of others if I write. It's very important actually for their health as well as mine. And I think sometimes if you're able maybe to tell yourself those little lies, that's quite helpful. But I also appreciate, like, I don't have any kids. That's, you know, that is a huge thing that gets in the way of lots of people's lives. Anyone who has children, but particularly those of us who tend to feel real responsibilities towards people or take on the main caring role in any kind of family situation, often those things take precedence over our writing. One thing I would also say though is that On planes, we advise people to fit their own oxygen masks before you fit those of people you care for. And I think that's just as true of our mental health and our creative health as it is of our physical health. That you can't pour from an empty cup. You have to be able to care for yourself before you're able to care for other people, because otherwise you don't have that capacity to give. And for many of us, that creative output is actually fundamental to our health as well. And so I think we absolutely can justify finding that time to write and blocking it off and being really clear about the fact that this is for us, this is our space, because it's important for our health as well as other people's in our vicinity.
It's very ominous ending. I'm just going to shift over a little bit.
I'm actually a very nice person.
Yeah, I mean, there's some, like, obviously if your family kind of have to help give you the time as well and what have you, but there's also like personal sacrifices, because, you know, writing does take it's not a quick process to write a book. Like it takes some time, so you do have to give some things up, and it became easy for me when I got older than all of the players in the football team that I support. So I was like, I'm probably not going to make it as a footballer now, so I can stop playing football now. My body was very happy about that, because it's like, you know, you're in your 40s now, Dave. Just stop. Yeah, so there's some stuff like, you know, I probably don't play video games as much as I used to, and I probably don't do a lot of things as much as I used to, because that time goes to my writing time, because, you know, my son is in school now, so like I do have a few hours in the day to do stuff, but then I have someone who's the chair of the British Fantasy Society that takes up quite a lot of my time. If you see her around the place, she's very nice, but she's very demanding. But so there is certain commitments, but it's right. It's about carving that time out, and it is that thing about mental health as well. If you have that time that you've carved out, and if it isn't feeling right to kind of do the actual work of writing the book that day, it's fine to do something else. And I think that's a long process. It was a long process for me to kind of come to that point where that was okay, because I would be one of those people that was like, I do have to write every single day. I had to get into this routine of doing it, and I actually burnt myself out last year, and it took a long time to kind of get over it. And so I had to get to that point where it's like, it's allowing myself to take some time off in that designated time that I had to write. So that would be just to relax, read a book, listen to music, or do something else. But yeah, there is sacrifice needed, and if you've got people around you as well, there needs to be kind of that. It's helpful if there's an understanding of like, this is the thing that you love and want to do, and people message you on Facebook or in conventions saying, why haven't you written this book yet? I would like to read the next one of these, please. And you can say, well, these people really want this new book, so I should be working on it, and so can I have some time off to do it? So it's that there needs to be that help as well when you're at home, if you have got a family, to kind of understand that.
Definitely. So I've only come back to writing fairly recently. So, you know, I have a day job. I'm an aerospace engineer. I work 4 days a week. I have 2 young kids. I'm neurodivergent. I have chronic health issues. So somewhere in the mix of all of that is trying to find time for what I want to do. Yeah, and it was literally like I wrote a blog post for the BFS website about why I started coming to FantasyCon after COVID lockdowns, because that experience literally broke me physically and mentally. And I went, if I don't take the time for me, I'm not going to be here. And so I had a very frank discussion with my husband about it, and he was like, why haven't you said? You know, of course, it's fine, go do what you need to. And so I did the BFS writing retreat, highly recommend as an experience. And oh, maybe I could do this more often. So I've been negotiating, because I'm the main parent around, because I can work more flexibly and remotely, even pre-COVID and everything. So I tend to take on the vast majority of the day-to-day responsibilities and admin and just being there. And then every now and again, I run a, like, Booking.com or whatever other search engines and hotel sites are available. But I want to search for stuff that's like within an hour of where I live, and it's like cheap, but not too cheap, and has a nice room with a view and stuff. And I literally just take myself off from a Friday to a Sunday evening, and I give myself 48 hours, and I don't set any goals. So I can just exist on my own for that time, and it's lovely, it's really, really nice. And it's really helpful in my writing, because as soon as I give myself that space, then all the ideas come up and all the things that I've not had time for when like the day-to-day stuff has taken priority. And that's worked really well for the past couple of years. So that's something I do regularly, and it works for me because with the way our lives work at home, I can't find a set time every day because I don't know what every day is going to look like for the family, and I don't know what my health and things are going to be like on a daily basis. And in this, with the sort of being an engineer, I want everything controlled and scheduled to a plan. But I'm ADHD, so I really hate when someone tells me what to do as well, even if it's me telling myself what to do. So it's like I have two parts of my brain warring with each other, and just learning to negotiate with myself has been quite a process. And I find that, just giving myself the time and space and saying, let's see what happens. And like, so the first time I did that was on the writing retreat, and I was amazed. I sat down and I was like, I can just write for like 2 hours. And I write short fiction, so that's like a first draft. And I'm like, ooh, excellent. But then like the next day it's like, oh, do I do that now? Which is when I go for a walk, or I go and sit somewhere and have a lovely cup of tea and look out a window, or read a book.
A cup of tea? I think it was more than a cup of tea, if I remember that writing retreat correctly.
Well, it depends on the time of day as to what's appropriate. But a cup or a glass of whatever takes your fancy at the right time of day. Yes. So, yeah, and then the bonus from the writing retreat, as opposed to just taking time for myself, was then spending time with all of the lovely people what were there and just chatting, and then that reinvigorates me as well. So going out and finding other people that you can just sort of sit and chat with, and you go, yeah, no, that doesn't work for me too, or this is what I do, or just talk about what's your favourite cup of tea to have. Yeah, and it's just and spending that time, but just being me rather than any of my other labels is it's I highly recommend.
Okay. I don't write every day. I do something about writing every day, but I think in my family we came to an understanding, a contract that's unwritten. I've got 2 kids, they're 17 and 15 now, but when I started they were one and non-existent. And I worked as an assistant principal in a big school doing safeguarding, so I was getting in at 7:30, sometimes not leaving till 10 at night occasionally if a big case came up. But I had an understanding wife, and I want to write. I've always written. I want to write, and I need to learn how to do it. So I went back to Open University while having 2 kids and working this job, and studied for a degree in English and creative writing, and did that. But there was a contract. She would go to bed at 9 or 10, and I would do that from 10 till 12 because I don't sleep anyway until late. And then once the kids came along and they started to grow up, we kind of all just learned that occasionally Dad's just going to disappear into your room for an hour, and he's going to write. And I also learned that if you go into that room in that hour and talk to him, or shout loudly at him, or go and use the fridge in that room, he's going to be very unhappy for that amount of time because he's finally got in the zone, and he's writing, and he's doing that for an hour. He just needs an hour of peace and quiet to do that. So it evolved over time how to cope with that, and now they stay in the room all the time. I barely see them, and my son's playing games all the time. I'm a gamer, I love NMOs. I'm down there all the time, but 3 on the go now. But you give it up, and you make yourself time to do those things, but you do it in conversation with the people around you, because they have to understand why you're going to do this, and also it's a part of the job. As much as it's a hobby, and we love it, and it's great, and we're creative, we do all these things, and we go, oh, look, shiny book. But at the end of the day, it's still, you hope to earn something from it, to get something from it, so it becomes part of the job. So you have that conversation with people. I'm just going to go and do this. I might dip out of work early or one night, but I'll go and do a convention, or I'm going, or something. And it's just like, okay, fair enough, you've been here enough hours. But you have a conversation with people, and generally, people are very kind. Your idea of disappearing off for a weekend, hi sis, not happening, is it? Those things are great. You've had a conversation, you've dealt with those things, and that's what life is all about as any creative person. And my brother is at the moment in Amsterdam touring with a band. He's then off to Japan at the end of that to tour with a band, leaving his lovely wife at home for 2 months while he tours the world and does these things. But it's a conversation, it's a contract with those things, and we all do that with the people around us. And the people who don't understand that, who surround us, just don't need to talk to them. Oh, also, while you're talking about, sorry, brain fires, you talk about getting burnt out writing. Definitely. That happens all the time. I've not written, sorry my agent Jamie, I apologise. I haven't written really since July anything on a book. I've edited one and I've put one out and marketed bits to that, but I haven't written anything, hence the blog posts and hence in the journal all the time. And Marielle, who's going to wake up, there you go, we went for a run this morning, so we're up inaugural BristolCon run every Sunday from now onwards. But you get back after your run and your watch tells you you've run this far, you now need this much time of rest. And that's what I think sometimes you need as a writer. You've written for this long, you now need, your battery needs to recharge for this length of time before you get back to it again. So if there are any tech companies out there who want to run it back, not Garmin, maybe, I don't know. But if my idea, I've copyrighted it, please come to me for any
So then that's, if you're facing creative burnout, you're exhausted and you want to write, like you do still, I still want to write when I feel burnt out, I just can't. So what things do you do to refill that well and to let yourself be ready again?
You're asking the wrong person.
I'd like to know that too.
To refill the well is it's not easy, but it's not difficult either. I mean, I butterfly like mad. That's why I write 3 or 4 books at a time, and I have a wall covered in whiteboard paper and notes everywhere, and maps everywhere especially. But to refill the well is reading for me, and it's not, if I'm writing fantasy, I'm not reading fantasy, I'm researching something, I'm reading about Anglo-Saxons or something in the past, or some other science magazine or something, because it'll be useful at some point. And if it's not, at least I've learnt something, and I feel happier doing that. It's playing games. It's going out to pubs with friends. It's going for a walk, going for a run, doing something, picking the guitar. I'm not as good as my brother, but I'm sure, but picking the guitar and just playing, recording my hideous singing. For those of you here last year at karaoke, I do apologise. But it's that kind of thing. You just need to do something else and not feel, and I get writer's guilt, but not feel guilty that I'm not writing, because then I'll come back and I'll write a paragraph in my journal. Even if it is went for a lovely walk. The leaves are dancing across the ground, or any cliche rubbish that I want to write, just to get it out and do something and feel better. I'll just go and spend time with the kids, Just get irritated by my daughter who makes up like Harlequin when she puts her makeup on occasionally, or try to get my son out of his darkened pit. But you just go and do something, because you just have to. You can't work all the time. I learnt that, and you can't write all the time. You have to balance your life in some way, because you've only got one chance of doing it, so you must do all the fun you can.
I agree with that, and I think I've gone on a little bit of a journey recently as well about, I've got a post-it note that I have on my laptop sometimes which just says in capital letters, rest is productive. And that's something I've been trying to kind of embed as well, that rest isn't being lazy and it's not doing something, it's recuperating for myself so that I then become more efficient and productive later when I'm feeling better. For me, I'm also a very keen roller derby player, so I can highly recommend putting on skates and smashing your friends as an excellent way, with their consent obviously, of letting off some steam. But I think also writing is a highly reflective process where you're thinking back. We're often looking back at the things that we've done or the things that we haven't done or things that we could do better or ways that we can fix things, and we're also trying to look forward at what we haven't written yet and how we can make things better and what the next book is going to be. And so you're constantly kind of split across time, and I think finding something, it doesn't have to be roller derby, but again, recommend, just something that allows you to just be in the moment. And for me, that's the great thing about it. When I'm playing, I do not have time to think about anything except the split second in front of me. And I think finding a way to be present in that way is a really good way of just switching off your brain and allowing it that time to recuperate and recover and rest is really good as well.
I kind of lost the plot in 2023 and just decided that I was going to write loads of books. I still don't quite know why I did it, but I wrote, I had 2 books left in a series that I was contracted for that I kind of wanted to get out of the contract, So I wanted to finish, and I wanted to finish the book. So it was like it's that bit, you know, when you get near the end and you're like, I'm just gonna finish it and do it. But they're epic fantasy books, so one of them was 260,000 words and the other one was 305,000 words, and I wrote them back to back and released them both in the same year. And then I also wrote an urban fantasy book. And then I also got interest from an agent, and I was like, so I have to write for something for them. So instead of taking a break, and I was beyond burnt out of this one. So when I was finishing the last one in the epic fantasy series, I can really go into hyper focus. I know how to do it, and I can lull myself into it, and it'll be bright outside when I start writing, and then suddenly it's dark, and I've, 12,000 words later, and I'm still like kind of just like, I'm like just sat there like this, just looking absolutely just like crazed. But I have to wear, this is very, very sexy, so just picture this. I wear noise cancelling headphones, I have a hood up, I have a blanket on me, and I also have to wear a mouth guard because I grind my teeth really, really badly. But I didn't do this on one of the days when I was trying to finish this book, and when I finished it, I went to bed. I think I just passed out, and then when I woke up in the morning I couldn't open my jaw because I was grinding my teeth so much when I was writing that I'd locked my jaw, so I had to go to hospital. The book was finished, but I had to go and get muscle relaxants injected into my face and stuff like this and what have you. And so at that point I should have listened to my body and gone, I'm taking a break, but I didn't. I was like, I'll write a cosy fantasy book because it was a treat for myself, which ended up being another 100,000 words. And this came up to, I got the agent with it, which was great. This brought me up to like November 2023, and I was talking to my therapist who had been telling me to take some time off for some time, and I said, I'm just going to take the whole of December off and maybe half of January as well, just as a little treat. And I've been kind of writing pretty much full on for a couple of years at that point. And so I took some time off and it was great. I was doing other things, watching TV shows that I've been missing out on, movies, reading some books. And then I got flu, then I got pneumonia, then I got, which took about 3 months to get rid of. And then because of my grinding my teeth, I had metal plates in my jaws from an operation when I was younger, and one of the root of my tooth started touching the metal plate, so I had to get the tooth removed. They damaged the other tooth next to it when they took that out. Then I got a dry socket in the pig, and then I basically was on antibiotics and painkillers and steroids for like the first part of 2024, and I had massive stomach problems. I had to go for MRI scans, ultrasounds, all this sort of stuff for the whole thing, and that was because I didn't listen to my body and take time off and rest. So it's really, really important to not kind of like, it's not a marathon, it's not a sprint either. Like, it's not just like get all this stuff done, keep going, get to burnout and then take some time off. It has to be managed as you're going, the whole writing everyday thing, for some people it does work, but also having a routine and putting like times to rest and take time off and to refill the well, listen to your body is also equally as important as like hammering out 5,000 words a day every day. So that would be my advice. Don't do what I did. It gives great stories for panels, but it was quite horrific to live through. But the book was finished, so that's the important thing.
And we thank you for the book, but please don't do that to yourself again.
I was very, very aggressively and intensely praised for it last night, which was a very touching moment, but also I was kind of scared. But it was, obviously my pain was well worth it.
Sharon, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm going to put rest as productive on a post-it note for me too, because it's, so with the health stuff, like my letter before was always, I'm feeling pent up or something, and I would just go outside and go for a run, because it was the combination of the physical exercise that sort of freed up my mind but wore my body out, and the being outside in the fresh air. And I'm lucky I live right on the edge of town, so I walk 100 yards from my house and I'm in the green belt, and we've got beautiful countryside with paths and woods and streams, and I startle a deer occasionally running through the woods and things, and I have to be careful not to do it early in the morning, because it feels like when you're watching that crime drama where the jogger finds the dead body. It feels like that, so it tended to be like an afternoon thing when other people were around
And the bodies have already been found.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, someone else has done that bit. It's fine. But that was always my thing, and then I can't physically do that anymore, and that's been a real struggle because that was my outlet. So I've had to learn that if I just need to sit on the sofa and binge watch Netflix for 4 hours, then that is what my body needs me to do, because I am not capable of doing anything else, and I know if I try, then the next day I'm dead. Not literally, luckily. They haven't had to reanimate me or anything. But yeah, but it's the trying to be as self-aware as you can, to learn that when you're resting, it's not because you're lazy, even if your brain's telling you that, and it's not because you're not good at it to do the writing, it's because you just don't have that resource available within yourself. And so whatever you can do to top that back up, as you said earlier, whatever brings you joy, then that fills up you, so you can then give, whether that's to your other responsibilities or to your writing. And I think that's really key, is learning how that works for you as an individual.
Okay, so we have just a few minutes left. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Silence.
We've covered it so thoroughly.
You know, it's still stunned about my mouth guard, aren't you? It's like, what an attractive...
I'm just picturing that mental imagery, like, kind of cave drawing.
It's very much like that, yeah.
Shona, can I just say one thing that kind of popped into my head earlier, and then we sort of moved on. So, you were talking earlier about the fact that writing is a job, right? Even though it's something that we're not necessarily earning money from, then it's a job. And I do agree with that. I think it's like, it's a calling, it's a vocation, it's something that we do because we love it. I think I've also been wrestling with something a little bit recently, which I'm sure most of us are, is can I call myself a real writer if I'm not earning money from it? Is that a thing I can do? And I think that we define ourselves so much by how we earn money. We live in such a utilitarian society that if we're not contributing financially in some way through what we do, then we see it somehow as frivolous or useless or selfish or just a hobby. I actually had a really powerful kick up the backside with that recently. I say recently, it was like the beginning of the year. I had a reader from America who I've never met, probably never will meet, like 3,000 miles away from me, contact me and say, I just wanted to let you know that if I hadn't read your book, I don't think I'd still be here. And it was this like incredibly powerful thing where you suddenly realise that actually, just because I'm not earning money from this, it doesn't mean it's not important. It doesn't mean that it's not this really powerful, incredible thing that we do, that is actually putting something out into the world that could bring someone else joy or peace or comfort in a moment of pain or desperation or need. And so I think it's really important that we see that what we do as writers and as creatives is so important. It transcends the idea of money and finances and economy and capitalism. It is all about just connecting with other people. And so I don't think any kind of writer should ever feel that them being a writer is just a hobby or frivolous. It's a really fundamentally powerful and important thing that we all do, putting words out into the world.
I think we pigeonhole ourselves as writers, but again, you talk about artists earlier and musicians. All people, they're creative people, and if you're creating something, then you're doing that job of it. So if you're writing, you're writing. If you're playing guitar or singing badly, you're still being a musician doing that. When I started out, 2010 or so, I started writing for Fantasy Faction on the blog posts and doing that, which I still do occasionally, and I still help run the Facebook group for that. But that was writing, and that was creative, and that was part of the process for me, was reading that and working. And sorry, Jen, for not being involved as much as I can now. Hi, Mark, too. But it was still writing, it was still doing those things. I was still learning, I was still developing craft, I was still reading lots of books out there and reviewing them, still writing about the process of writing, all those things as I did it. I was still creating. It was a hobby, but it was also part of my job for myself, and I don't necessarily define job by earning money from it. My job is something that I give myself to do, because I set my own deadlines, they're intrinsic to me. And I think the same for artists, when they draw. I've got a friend who likes drawing snails and just dots and things and leaves, and she's brilliant at it. But she also teaches as well. But she's still an artist. She's still creating those things. My brother runs a recording studio, but he's still off touring with bands. He's still a musician doing that. We are creative, and everybody who creates something is doing a job for that in their head. They're improving themselves. So I worry sometimes that we pigeon ourselves. We've got to write. We've got to do this. We just got to create something, and it's the creative bit that gives us that release of endorphins or dopamine, whichever one it is. I'm not a biology teacher. I don't know. Geography. So I think when we create, we do something. When we create, whatever we create, we help somebody in some way. They've read something. They've read our thoughts. They've read our intentions. They've read something in it, whether we meant it or not. So yeah, I agree. I think we create. And that's what we do. That's very serious. Sorry, I apologise. It's Sunday morning.
If you've only got like half an hour of protected time, how do you get started quickly? What's your methods of?
Journal, pen, scribble, write. That's it. Just put it down. Come back to it later. Be good.
I would agree with that. I think one of the great things about only having half an hour is I just don't have time to think about it. So I get in at 7:30 in the morning. At 8, the library opens, the kids are in there, and I'm like, I don't have time anymore. So it's like, I have to start and get that 1,000 words done, or I'm not going to get it done. In a way, the half an hour is actually, it's quite, I don't have time to daydream and worry about what I'm going to write. I just have to sit down and do it. For me, that really works. I just like panic, I think, is what gets me going.
So I'll kind of like be thinking about it. So every now I've got a block of time coming up, I'll think about what I'm going to be doing during that time beforehand. And then the first thing I do is put on lo-fi medieval tavern music on Spotify. And it like kind of, it's just, I don't know what it is with it. It's like it taps into like my psyche of like, this is the time to relax but also work at the same time, and it's so soothing. And especially when you're writing fantasy, it's kind of like it makes you feel like you're in the tavern at the end of the night, and you know, it's where everything's winding down, and you just like, you know. I love music. Like I think you were saying about creative people generally, like I know you're very creative. Great people generally like any types of creativity, and I'm very musical. I love music, and I write to soundtracks a lot of the time. So if I need to write like, you know, a battle scene, I'll put on something like, you know, Charge at the Pelennor Fields or something, you know, just to kind of get into it, or, you know, track.
Playlist.
Yeah, exactly. So I change it to that kind of thing. So I find that helps me get into, like, if I know at a part of a book that I know I'm going to be writing, if I put on a soundtrack that is matching that, it helps me get into that kind of. But again, like before, I can drop into hyperfocus very quickly. I have to set alarms on my phone to tell me to stop writing, otherwise I'll just keep writing and keep going. And what if I forget to do that, then horrible things happen.
I find if I know I've got dedicated time and how much prep I do, I sit down and I'm like, I don't know how to write. And I sit there looking and going, what do I do? And that happens every time, and I've just learned to go with it, because it's like, I know I can write, but my brain at that point is like, no, I'm not doing that. And it's just literally going, okay, fine, I'll just sit here for like 10 seconds or whatever and not panic about it. And I get into the habit of, instead of thinking whatever I would write needs to be like the finished version of this scene, this conversation, or whatever, I put the square brackets on and say, put it in placeholder, but like, do the good writing here. Kind of thing. But it'll be like, this needs to be a conversation, or this is like the setup, and there'll be something that I want to write, and if I don't know how to get to there, then I leave that for later and hope that I can remember, you know, what I was intending to put there, give myself enough notes, and then I write the bit that I feel capable of doing at that time. And but that happens literally every single time. I have set time, I look down, and it's never gone away. So I just sit with it and then move on.
Square bracket, do good writing.
The whole novel, right?
And then I come back and edit and go, oh, for God's sake, Sean, why did you do that first?
I've done that. Write something good here. Yeah.
I was saying to you yesterday, there's a bit of, I thought I'd finished, because I thought I'd finished the book, and I went through and defined all the square brackets, and there's a bit where it says, Colleen does something exciting here. Oh no, and it was like, I'd written the bit leading up to something, and then the aftermath of it, and I'd forgotten that I hadn't done the exciting bit, which ended up being 3 chapters. and I was like, why did I do this?
So why go back and just say Colleen's a name? What was his name?
Yeah, that's happened to me recently. What was his name? What did I name him? Where did I name him? That was the problem. Yeah.
Well, my first character is always A, and my second character is B, and I think work out just CCCCC, because if I just name throughout, then I forget which name it was going to be.
Good idea, actually.
But yeah, and then also, because otherwise I will spend the entire half an hour thinking, that's a good name, it's not quite right. And the half an hour will go on, and all I've got is, I was going to start the paragraph with their name, so I'm literally not looking at anything.
One I have quite a lot is square bracket, does this character know this already? Like, do they know this already? And then it's like back to it and everything. But it's funny, I saw manuscripts of Robert Jordan's, and he did the same thing. He'll be like, but he does it by hand, so he used to do it by typewriter, and then he would do it by hand, and it was all these questions saying, why is this character doing this? It's like, why are they reacting in this way? And then it probably turned into another 3 books to explain why the character was doing that thing.
Okay, and that is us out of time, so thank you very much for joining us this morning, and thank you to my panellists, you have been lovely.
I'm Cheryl Morgan. I'm the owner of Wizards Town Press, so the buck stops with me. I'm very sorry we do not have paper copies of books here today. The book is with both books are with the printers. I'm expecting to get the paper proofs any day now, and they will be available by mid to end of November. Unfortunately, Julia and I have to rush off to Stockholm after this convention, which puts another spanner in the works, but we will get there. Anyway, there are a couple of earlier releases that we've got. Firstly, I'd like to mention the fabulous Zoo, the first of the Rare Bird books by Helen Brady. Helen is here with us. It's only her second convention. She popped into WorldCon for a day, and this is her first full con. So do go and say hello. She's definitely one of us. If you want to talk about screenwriting or historical reenactment or theatrical costumes or whatever, she's definitely your girl. The other one that's very new is Resurrection Code by Lyda Morehouse. Lyda lives in the States, so she can't be here with us, but a science fiction series that came out in the early aughts, which predicted that someone would use misinformation on the internet to manipulate the American presidential elections, is scarily prescient. So worth taking a look at this series. Moving on from that, many of you will be aware that Grimble Books / Crystal Inc., who were a regular feature at BristolCon for many years, ceased trading earlier this year. I got the message from Roz and Joe saying, can I come and talk, please? And I discovered that there were a bunch of books that Crystal Inc. had contracted, that Roz and Joe had edited, that were now left in limbo. And they wanted to know if I would rescue them. Top of the list, of course, was Flag 2. I would have loved to have published Flag 1. I may yet to, possibly, if we can get all the original authors to sign up to it. So it was an absolute no-brainer to do Flag 1. But there are a few other things as well. Last night I sent out contracts for 4 novellas. They're great. One of the authors is in the audience here, you can see. Hello, David. I resisted doing novellas for quite a while because they are a little bit poor value for the reader. It's a small book. It has to be quite expensive for the economics of publishing. So what we're going to do is bundle them 2 at a time. I hope by doing that we will be better value for readers. So it'll be about 15 quid for 2 novellas rather than 9 quid each. We'll probably have better quality covers as well, so that will be good. I saw somebody making a sign in the audience. I would love to do them the way that those novels were done back to back, so the front cover. Sadly, with modern publishing techniques, that's not possible because you have to have the barcode on the back. But we will package 2 together. They will be called the Liz Duo series. And the first 2 will be out hopefully next year. In addition to that, there are a bunch of people who have novels out from Crystal Inc. that I'm talking to. Contracts for a trilogy went out also last night. Is Joel here? No, maybe. Yeah. And of course somebody might remember that somebody called Joanne Hall had a bunch of novels out from them as well. So maybe some of them will have to get those books in due time. So, what's going to happen with Fight Like a Girl 2 and the No Green Man book? Well, you can pre-order them here. I'm happy to take pre-orders and mail them out to you as soon as we get the paper versions of the book. You'll also get a copy of the e-book immediately because the e-books are all ready. And we have some lovely little sign-in sheets, so you can pester the authors. We've got a number of the Flag 2 authors here. There's 3 who's going to read. There's Juliet there in the audience, and Mary. So you'll get a few signatures on that. Or indeed you can just buy the e-book if you want the paper, because as I said, the e-books are ready. I will obviously have to charge you postage. But because of the way that the Royal postage bans work, if you buy both books together, you only get to pay 1 lot of postage. So bear that in mind. Right, so I think it's now time to have some readings. Juliet, would you like to kick us off?
Right, this is the opening section of my story in Fight Like a Girl. And the story is titled Civil War. The king's dying! Whoever spoke didn't mean to be overheard. Unfortunately, every other voice in the long servants' hall fell away at that moment. What had been a natural lull in the bustle of conversation during the midday meal became frozen, horrified silence. Who said that? The Mistress of Keys demanded with icy precision. She rose from her chair at the head of the senior table. As she looked around, everyone seated along the low benches stared at their pewter plates. Not a single sideways glance betrayed the unfortunate speaker. The Mistress of Keys laughed, harsh and humorous. Easily half the assembled servants were startled into looking around, wondering what were along. Somebody knocked over a beacon. It fell to the flagstones with a clang. Your loyalty to each other does you credit, the Mistress of Keys observed. I expect you to display equal devotion to Queen Haritha in this time of trial. If I hear there is so much as a whisper of such despair beyond these castle walls, I will be sorely displeased. Picking up her silver goblet, still half full of ruby wine, she nodded at the Mistress of the Wardrobes. As the Mistress of the Keys stalked out of the hall, statuesque in her black silk gown, her lean and sharp-eyed deputy took her place at the head of the table. She glanced at the great clock above the entrance, opposite the vast fireplace where smouldering logs warded off winter's chill. The Mistress of the Wardrobes clapped her hands. You have 7 minutes to finish eating and clear your tables. Maids and lackeys sprang to their feet. They carried their plate speakers and dirty knives to the waiting wooden tubs held by waiting scullions before hurrying away. Anyone who hadn't finished eating lost their chance to take anything more. Baskets of bread and platters of meat and roasted vegetables were whisked off the tables by kitchen porters. Only the most senior servants were still seated when the great clock struck the first half hour of the afternoon. The Mistress of Wardrobes stood and nodded to the Mistress of the Kitchens and to the Masters of the Hall and the Cellars. They rose and departed to their various duties. The Mistress of the Keys hadn't gone far. She was watching through the narrow, angled aperture in the inner room of the Chamberlain's office. The Chamberlain could stand there and survey the servants' hall if he wished without being observed himself. Every scullion and maid of all work was wondering on the very first day to assume he was watching at meal times. He could also appear unexpectedly at any other time of day or night, anywhere within the vast castle's encircling walls. So it was whispered, anyway. You didn't say what would happen if you were displeased, he remarked, spearing a round of sausage with his knife and folding it inside a slice of bread. He had shed his black doublet with its gold embroidery and brass buttons, sitting comfortably in his shirt and breeches when he ate. I never make a threat I'm not prepared to carry out, the Mistress of Keys said dryly. She drank the last of her wine and walked over to set the goblet down on the table. Word will spread, whatever I say. The vermin in wainscoting about the smelled out roads. The best we can hope for is a few days' delay before all those messages are passed from hand to hand to their masters and their ciphers decoded. It won't be long before the breeze blows the sad news in the city streets and no one will be able to see where it came from. It'll be a chilly breeze, the Chamberlain said through his mouthful. People from highest to lowest will be shivering, even if only greybeards remember King Mattel's bloody reign. With the incomplete and confused memories of children, so those tales of those days will be all the more terrifying. The Mistress of the Keys helped herself to a spiced biscuit from a silver dish, as well as inaccurate. The Chamberlain heaved a sigh and tossed his knife onto his plate. Cassim has been a gracious and generous king. He doesn't deserve this. Faith and twilight fevers have never respected rank. The Mistress of Keys shrugged. They did. King Solomon would have succeeded to the throne when his lord, brother Duke Cassim, guarded the northern marches. I take it there's no chance that Queen Haritha? The Chamberlain didn't look hopeful. The Mistress of Keys shook her head. I must know. This will throw the councils of the realm into turmoil. The Chamberlain looked grim. At least our duties within these walls are clear. We'd better do what we can to make ready for whatever is to come. Indeed, the Mistress of Keys agreed. There was a great deal to be done. Please excuse me. The king's dying. The Count smiled with vicious satisfaction. Without a son, leaving only 3 useless daughters. Forgive me, he added hastily. Daughters are undoubtedly a blessing in the general sense. I'm sure you will make good matches for your girls to secure their future comfort, well before your cousin's son takes your place. You could look for Zila's hand to splice the branches of your family together, but the king's situation is different. Zila is my second daughter, Ireth is my eldest. The Count's sleepy-eyed companion lounged in a high-backed chair well supplied with cushions. You're really sure of this? The king's illness won't be fatal, you mean? Count Forsell gazed across the gables and ridges of the capital's rooftops towards the distant castle's towers. The early dusk was deepening, but he had dismissed the maid who had come to close the brocade curtains at these windows. He hasn't left his chamber for more than 20 days. Serlin pissed and puked himself to death in less than 10. Or, of course, apart from the Queen, only the King's doctor and his apothecary are admitted to the royal chambers. Physics lawyers don't say a word, but no one can hide fact and just chamber pots being carried out. Turning away from the shadowy vista, Count Forsell clenched his fist to screw up a slip of iron-skin paper. He held it at the fireplace. Unfortunately, the translucent scrap was so lightweight that a gust of warmth swept it back into the luxuriously furnished room. As it bounced across the silk-fringed rug, the Count was forced to bend down, snatching at empty air, until he recaptured the evidence of his spine. Red-faced, he walked to the table and held a corner of the paper in the candle flame. Realising the burning message would soon cut in his fingertips, he hurried over to drop it into the hearth. Let us not be too hasty. Lord Wallace shifted in his comfortable chair. His dark eyes were thoughtful. Henrietta won't some make pup. Count Forsell shook his head adamant as he adjusted his doublet. My informant says the Queen's woman knows she cannot carry another baby to its first breath. Not after the travails of her last childbed, he grimaced with distaste. That's not what I meant. Lord Wallace rested his elbows on the chair's arms and stapled his fingers. You must surely realise your son will not be the only claimant to the throne.
Okay, would you like to go next?
Okay, this is the opening of Ambition's Engine from Fight Like a Girl 2, which I have to say I'm extremely happy and proud to be part of. Callias Diapa, a man with hair strenuously pasted over a balding crown and the meaty complexion of a little too much good living, snatched the letter from the tray. "Opener! Opener!" "Lord." The slave passed him the slender pearl-handled blade. Callias ripped open the envelope, flung it away, and sent the opener after it. It clattered to the floor, but he barely noticed the sound or the slave bending to pick it up. The letter unfolded before him, the imperial stamp with its deep blue dragon curled protectively around a scarlet diadem. He scanned the niceties without bothering to read them. The important part was near the end. By order of the Emperor of the Divine Dominion, Lord Callias Diapa, son of Lord Greno Diapa, is hereby appointed to the post of Chief Defender of the Dominion's transport. As part of your duties, you will accompany the engine, the Dominion's envoy, on its maiden run, carrying essential supplies to the garrison at Endaclion. He did not recognise the name. A garrison? Hardly an appropriate destination for an important official such as himself. Some ghastly outpost where it would be impossible to get a decent meal. Still, accompanying the latest example of the superiority of Dominion technology would be prestigious, if dull. Duller would be the meeting he apparently must have tomorrow with the governor of the railways. Bureaucrats. So tedious. In the hand of the fabricator we lie. An illegible signature, and the seal of the Governor-General, faint and askew. After wielding the seal, he had probably needed a little rest, since he was at least 100 years old. More than time, someone else took over, but that post would no doubt go to one of the Emperor's many relatives when the Governor-General finally decided to stop merely looking dead. No matter. Callias had the post of Chief Defender of the Dominion's transport, and he had earned it. The endless, tedious, wildly lavish suppers for utterly dull but influential people. The tickets to the most fashionable theatrical performances, which he sometimes had to actually sit through. Not to mention the commission itself, which had been ball-crushingly expensive. He had worked for this, he swore, harder than any slave. But the post would pay him back 1,000-fold. Soon he would be the one being invited to dinner, offered theatre tickets, his wife could go, women liked that sort of thing, and money. Not bribes, merely gifts to help ensure the smooth passage of this package or that group of slaves across the Dominion's vast territories. Nowadays, with many of the conquered territories irritatingly restless, people would be even more anxious about things getting safely to their destinations. Might as well make the best of it until the wretched barbarians accepted their fate as Dominion colonies and settled down. He clapped his hands for the steward. A celebration, tonight. I want the best of everything. May I ask for how many persons, Lord? Calliest considered. He wanted, of course, to boast to his friends. And how green some of them would look. Especially Metipho, who, despite being distantly related to the Emperor, had been unsuccessfully angling for a high court post for at least a decade. He would have to swallow his jealousy with his meat, and what fun that would be. But on the other hand, even the steward, efficient as he was, if Callias' wife knew little else, she knew how to choose slaves, could not produce a meal appropriate to such an occasion in less than a day. Also, such short notice would give too many people the excuse to cry off. Just us tonight, he said, but in, about 20 days, we shall have a proper feast. Indian ruby wine, and those little roasting lizards from Dalmatia, and, well, get to it, man. The meeting with the governor of the railways took place in an obscure corner of the Dominion Palace. The governor was clearly one of the Emperor's bastards, the imperial profile stamped on his face as though it were a coin. Calliest, already irritated by the necessity of this meeting, was further irritated by the governor's fussing about with papers and dismissing the slaves before so much as offering him a cup of wine. Can't be too careful, the governor said. He picked up a pair of spectacles and jammed them onto his high-beaked nose. Now, where is... Ah, yes, he jabbed his finger at a sheet bearing the seal of the State Treasury. Here we are. The Dominion's envoy, maiden trip. Very important. Very discretion, you see? Not in the slightest. That goes without saying. Wages, the governor said. Back pay for the troops in the north. So, there'll be a company of soldiers on the train for security. Their commander is in charge if there's trouble, but of course you're the senior official. The company's officially going to support the garrison at Indaclion. No mention to be made of the cargo. Rely on your discretion, Lord Chief Defender. Of course, as though we'd gab about something as dull as soldiers' wages. A few hints to his acquaintance as to the importance of this mission, that would be something else altogether. The governor finally summoned a slave to bring wine, not the best wine either, considering this was the imperial palace, and shuffled the papers, including the manifest, into a heap to make room. The slave, one of those stolid, pale-haired northerners, poured, and then went off to do whatever they did when not serving their masters. Thievery and lazing about, no doubt.
Hi. Can I say something?
Certainly, yes.
Okay. So I just, before we go into, this is Michael, thank you. Before I go into Anna's reading, I just wanted to do a few additional thank yous to what Cheryl said. I want to thank all of the authors who put in the Fightmaker Girl 2. The process has been excruciating. And huge thanks to Cheryl for taking it on and getting it over the moon. It's taken a very long time, but you've done an amazing job. I particularly want to shout out to Dave who couldn't get here today because of transport issues. The genesis of the original Fightmaker Girl was really coming from Danny as a response to what was going on in Karen Haley's essay about women fighting that was done in the digital book. And thank you guys for putting stories in both times. Tremendous stories. But I also really want to thank you, Owen, for the second anthology. What really pushed Joanne into wanting to buy the second one, to really get on with it, was Anne came up to me, I think it was a MasterCon, and said, I wish I'd been in that book. And I thought, God, I wish you'd been in that book. And there's still another one. So thank you, Anne, for giving us that little push. So,
Well,
thank you, everyone.
Of course, one of the reasons why I agreed to take this on is that wasn't you that accepted the story from me for the sake of volume. The thought of being in an anthology with the likes of these ladies. Too good to miss. Anyway, if you've been wondering where the woman with swords from the plot, here's Anna.
Right. So yeah, I'm going to read the first section of my story, Lady Kona, and I think I took the title Fight Like a Girl, perhaps slightly more literally than some of the other authors. So, Lady Kona. And this story is actually dedicated to Meggie, who is usually at BristolCon, and isn't at this BristolCon, which is slightly crushing because I was really hoping they'd be in the front row. So it was inspired by Meggie, if anyone knows her. So, Lady Kona. Have the dogs been fed? Her servant, Cririn, nodded eagerly. Of course, my lady. Raw meat, but half rations only, as always. Good. They looked well, Cririn said, eager. She thought, they are the finest dogs in this kingdom. They look more than well. Cririn said, shall I bring you your spear, my lady? No, it is polished and sharpened enough now. The most beautiful boy in all alone, his hair like sunlight on new-fallen snowfields, his eyes like the night sea as the storm breaks. Fairer than roses are his lips and the curve of his mouth when he smiles. His fingers long and clever, his arms strong as the summer wind. All day this boy who served her so faithfully had sat silent with the whetstone on his white knees, in a tent of green silk for him alone, and no food and drink must pass his fair red lips, until the point of her spear was so sharp it could cut the petals of a budding rose, it could cut the night sea or the summer wind. As the sun set, he had come to Kona's tent, bearing the spear before him. Music played as he hung it upon the wall there above her bed. And now it was only a time for waiting. The spear waited, the dogs waited, the boy in his beauty, Lady Kona, waited. Cririn wanted something to fuss over, some distraction from her fears. A new servant, untrained in these long, dull, white hours before brilliant red war. She fretted, fussed over a cloak hanging on a peg, but hanging slightly crumpled. Not even a cloak Kona liked to wear. I'll refill your water cup, my lady. Here, it's on this table. Would you like... I could fetch your armour if you wish, my lady. Give it a final polish to make it shine better. Comb your helmet plume. Comb my helmet plume? Did someone just actually say that? But most things sound like dirty jokes when you're thinking about the most beautiful boy you've seen since the last one. The last one had eyes like a moth's wings and hair like dark wine, and was the most beautiful boy not in one kingdom but in all the world. But he was dead. Kona said kindly, before the girl's fussing drove her to shout, I'm fine. I don't need anything, Cririn, thank you. In fact, I think I might go to bed. The girl was fussing with something so intensely she didn't hear the command there to stop fussing. Kona said gently but pointedly, looking at the bed, if you could. Oh, yes, my lady, yes. The girl turned down the covers, plumped up the cushions. The coverlet was fur from a bear that Kona had killed herself. The cushions were from the black iron throne of the god-king of Thurnor, land of twilight meadows, taken as loot the previous year. Very comfortable, as she had hoped. She hadn't gone to war for those cushions, to clarify. taking the God King's head off with three sword strokes. He had a thick neck and a long beard. Holding his head up proudly by his greasy hair, sticking his head on a pole on the back of her chariot. That was why she'd gone to war last year. Grinding the wheels of the God King's temple to dust beneath her chariot wheels, sowing the ruins with salt so that nothing would grow there. That was why she'd gone to war last year. But the cushions were a very nice bonus. She slept better now than she had all her life. Your sleeping gown, my lady. Kona held up her arms, let Kieran slide her day robe off her, drop the sleeping gown down in its place. Kieran smoothed the furs around Kona carefully. Good night, my lady. Good night, Kieran. Oh, Kieran, leave the lamp burning tonight, please. The servant girl looked anxious at that. Do you expect bad dreams, my lady, the night before battle? You cannot be afraid. I had heard that, well, the stories they tell you at least, they had to wake you from your slumbers, I thought, the morning of the Battle of Garanesh, so I thought you'd sleep. And in the girl's face also. Does this mean I will have to sit up all night myself, not get any sleep? I like to see my spear and my armour the night before a battle, Kieran. See the lamplight on them. That gives me good dreams, good sleep. The girl blushed, seeing Kona had guessed her thoughts. Very well, my lady. To be kind to the girl, who was new as her body servant, Kona said, It's natural to be anxious before such a battle, Kieran. My last serving girl was the same, fretting too much the night before, worrying too much. It will be a great day tomorrow. Don't fret, Kieran. Pleasing to see the girl smile, look reassured. The servant girl disappeared through the door curtains to the tent's outer room, although Kona could hear her fussing out there too, tossing and turning in her own bed. Kona could almost hear the girl listening out in case Kona needed her, called her back. A little reassured. But then, if Kona died tomorrow, yes, it's true, to be fair to her, she had a right to feel anxious about what will happen to her tomorrow. Forget her. Ignore the noise she made, pretending she was still and silent and asleep. Lady Kona had slept 3 times in her life, perhaps, without a servant so close at hand she could hear their breathing. Beneath the warm furs, she forgot the work girl's fears now in perhaps 3 heartbeats. Fixed her eyes on the spear hanging above her bed. The lamplight on the long ashwood shaft, painted with flowers. If she blew out a hard breath, the lamp flickered. The flowers seemed to dance, like flowers in a meadow, in the first grey light of morning, in a cool, fresh spring. She blew out another breath. It was beautiful, making the light dance so. Tomorrow I will make the sunlight dance so in dying men's eyes, she thought. Flicker, dance bright, go out. Then she laughed and cursed together, because Kieran had left the lamp slightly too near her bed, and too hard a breath made the lamp blow out.
Okay, and now we come to the bit that you've been waiting for, a new grammar book. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking to you about this because we have just recorded a podcast interview which will be in the next issue of the magazine Summer Futura, which will go online sometime before the end of the month. We're in the process of getting to Stockholm and all that, but sometime. But Juliet, if there's anything you want to say about it, please do so. Otherwise, I believe we're going to be ready.
I will say that the book does not entirely land with Cheryl as publisher. We had a very chaotic and disruptive year, so basically getting the finalised text to Cheryl in time to get books printed for her was just down to circumstances and the diary gremlins getting me good and proper this year. So, for those of you who are not familiar with the protagonist of these books, Dan McRae is 6'4", he's now in his early 30s, he's a working man, he's a carpenter,
and he's a very down-to-earth and practical individual. I am fairly down-to-earth and practical. I am not, however, 6'4" in my 30s and male, so you are going to have to use your imagination. And this is how the new one opens. I've been wondering what was going to happen. Without being too obvious, I've been watching the other people setting up their stalls for this bank holiday Mondays weekend's craft fair. Who was going to cause the problem I'd been sent to sort out? It was going to be something that only someone like me could handle. My dad's an ordinary mortal man, but my mother's a dryad, a tree spirit. My green blood means I can see threats that most people dismiss as fairy tales and folklore. I know that dangerous creatures and other beings who don't live in the everyday world still lurk in out-of-the-way places. But I'd arrived at this Northamptonshire rare breeds farm right early and I hadn't seen anything unusual. Until just now, when 4 men in grey overalls stormed in through the barn's tall double doors. The leader was yelling, menacing, "Stay where you are, nobody move, keep your mouth shut and no one gets hurt." I stood very still beside the cloth-covered table I had been allocated. Everyone else did the same. This threat was real. The man in charge, the first one into the barn, was holding a billhook. The two followed him, armed with a pickaxe and a heavy-duty mattock. Any one of those tools could cave in some Halligan hero's skull. I could tell none of these men would hesitate. I've met killers before. Billhook guy headed straight for a jewellery seller who'd been setting up opposite my woodwork stall. The silversmith was in his mid-50s with greying hair pulled back from his thin face into a ponytail. He wore chinos and a short-sleeved pale shirt. I put him at no more than 5'10" and skinny with it. Billhook guy leaned across his table and grabbed him by the throat, quick as a cat catching a bird. The jewellery seller was too frozen with shock to even think about dodging. Billhook guy pulled him close and whispered something into his ear. My hearing's better than most, but I couldn't work out what the bastard was saying, threatening. Nothing good. The silversmith's legs gave way when Billhook guy let him go. He collapsed onto the chair behind his table. As the stranger waved the tool in front of his face, the silversmith's white-rimmed eyes followed the gleaming steel. The last of the gang who came in through the door had a sledgehammer in one hand and a big square shopping bag in the other, one of those heavy-duty, stiff-sided bags that people fill with tins and jars and then wonder why they can't lift it out of their trolley. He tossed that towards the silversmith's table and turned to stare at me. I spread my hands slowly and held them up level with my shoulders. I tried to look unthreatening, but that's not necessarily easy. When I'm not solving mythical mysteries, I manage a private estate's woodland, as well as doing maintenance and repairs around the properties. It's mostly outdoor work with a fair amount of heavy lifting, and that builds muscle. I'm also 6'4", I buy my clothes in double XL sizes. It wasn't a warm day, even for the first weekend in May, so I was wearing a hoodie over a t-shirt, and that made me look even bigger. Sledgehammer guy was barely 5'8", but he was stocky and solidly built. Not young, not old. Dark-haired, with a tanned and weathered face. How old was he? I decided I didn't care. He could do some serious damage if he swung that hammer at my ribs on my knees. I couldn't get out of his reach with a barn's solid stone wall behind me. I didn't move. At least I could see over his head. A 20-something couple had been setting out organic soaps and hand creams on the table next to the jewellery sellers. They'd been wondering how the weather forecast might affect potential sales. The app on the woman's phone predicted sunshine and showers with the possibility of thunderstorms just about anywhere. No great surprise for a UK bank holiday weekend. Excuse me, sorry, could I just... This jewellery maker squeezed past them, coming out from behind his table. The organic soap couple retreated. The silversmith picked up the shopping bag. He was so scared he couldn't stop shaking. Snatching necklaces, bracelets and earrings off his stall, he showed them to Billhook guy before dropping them into the bag. Each handful landed with a slithering thump and rolled in intense silence. The white-haired lady to the soap couple's right and left made glass ornaments. She'd been sitting down when the robbers arrived. Her face was expressionless as my eyes met hers for a fraction of a second. I realised I couldn't see her hands below the edge of the table. Was she dialing 999, keeping her phone out of sight? If she was, she'd better have it on mute. I looked away so Sledgehammer Guy wouldn't start wondering what I was looking at. I wasn't convinced a phone call would be much help. No one in the barn was saying a word. A 999 operator would have to be telepathic to work out what was going on.
I remember reading about a way to let emergency call handlers know you can't talk. I should look that up. And suddenly remember it. Did the glassmaker know that sort of thing? How long would it take the cops to get here? News stories about emergency services focus on towns and cities where response times are measured in minutes. It's different in the countryside. All police stations close every year. Unsurprisingly, rural crime is soaring. Expensive farm equipment and vehicles are stolen by organised gangs and shipped abroad. I didn't want to think how long it might take for an ambulance to get here, so I hope no one was stupid enough to try to intervene. No one was moving a muscle at this end of the barn, but I couldn't look past the central threshing floor without moving my head. I wasn't going to risk that. Sledgehammer guy was shifting from foot to foot as he stared at me. He was definitely on edge. It wouldn't take much to tip him into bloody violence. And the rest! Bullhook guy threatened the silversmith with the sharp steel again. Everything that's under the table. Sledgehammer guy glanced over his shoulder to see how the heist was going. I snatched a quick look down the barn, past the tall doors that reached the rafters on both sides. In days gone by, those would stand open to let the breeze win over the chaff from the ground on the threshing floor. The farmyard doors were the only ones open today. I saw a guy selling pottery looking at the closed outer doors. I hoped the fire exit only. This door is alarmed. Someone's convinced him he had no chance of getting out that way. Not before the closest robber floored him with that pickaxe. Sledgehammer guy turned back to scowl at me. I stared past him, not reacting. I was already tired with my hands held up. My right forearm was also stinging. It's a few years since I was slashed by this hostile Hamadryad, and those scars are fading. The narrow white lines are only really noticeable when I'm getting out to work as summer tan. They still warn me when something uncanny and dangerous is around. Unfortunately, I have no idea who or what these thieving bastards might be. And if you want to know what scary episode inspired that opening of the story, well, the podcast interview. Right, so there is cake at the back. I believe there are a couple of bottles of bubbly under that table that are left over from Peter's drink. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Magdalene. And of course, I'm happy to take orders, and our officers are happy to sign.
Indeed.
Good
stuff. Yes. It's always interesting how
we should start. Yeah. Hello, and welcome to the Guest of Honour interview of Guest of Honour, Peter F. Hamilton. Thank you. You need to reload that so the literature outside comes in. Right. Peter, I would say needs no introduction, but I'm going to give him one anyway. He's very prolific author of huge, enormous, thick books, such as the Commonwealth. What's the word for saga? Saga. I thought there's the trilogy. There's the duology and
Saga, the trilogy, and the
septology,
chronicles.
Yeah. The Salvation Trilogy, and his most recent work, which you've probably seen this weekend, The Utter Doorstop of the Archimedes Engine. I'm very interested in popped into the Books on the Hill stall in the dealer's room there, and they have the American version and the British version of the hardback. Yeah. And for some reason, although they're the exact same size, the American one is almost twice as heavy. So different paper. Different paper, yeah. I was wondering if they put like lead in the cover or something. But anyhow, we shall start with the questions that I have been feverishly working upon.
Oh dear. I said this at the Cafe Clutch yesterday. I presume we're going to have questions answered. If anyone asks really detailed questions of the books I wrote in the 90s, don't expect an answer.
Okay, this is going to be a short interview then. If I start going on to where do you get your ideas, you know I've run out of questions.
Okay, I've got an answer for that now.
I'll start with the aforementioned Archimedes engine, which is set in the world of the Exodus video game.
It is.
It is. How did you become involved with that?
The people who are doing this video game, the old devs from various other production houses, mainly BioWare and some other ones. Anyway, it's sort of quick working for them. This studio was set up, and they gave them a lot of money. We found out how much money is involved in making video games. It's extraordinary. And they were told by Wizard of the Coast, who helped set this up, go away and do your thing. We won't interfere, which is what every creative person wants to hear. And it's a space opera game, and they sort of drew up a list of writers of space opera, and I was quite near the top apparently. And they wrote, both you and my editor in America wrote to me and said, would you be interested in doing this? And I was like, well, I'm not really into doing novelizations of films or games or whatever. And then a few more details came in as well. Actually, we'd like to help you help doing the world building. And B, the novel will be entirely your story, just set in this universe that you're going to help build, and we won't interfere. I was like, oh, and they paid quite well. So I sort of said, well, it's something new, it's something interesting, because I always try and change every few years when I finish a series. I'll look back and go, what am I going to do next? And I'd like to do something different. The Commonwealth, which we mentioned, I did do 7 books in that, but that's an exception to the rule. So it was a new way of writing this sort of collaboration thing, apart from the one with you. So I just said yes to it, and they have been as good as their word. They did not interfere. The first time they ever saw the manuscript was when I handed in the 900 pages and said, here you go.
Did they go slightly pale?
They said, well, it's going to take us a while to get through this. And the worst thing about this is I didn't have to refer, as I say, I didn't refer to them every time because I helped build the universe, so I know the rules that apply to things that go on in that universe. So from that point of view, it was I would say at least 70% of my universe that it's written in. They provided the bones, I put the flesh on it, if you like, for this world building exercise. So yeah, that's how it came about. And it's partly of 2, obviously, because 1 book is never enough for me. And it seems to be going quite well. So did you put, as you say, all the flesh on the universe before you started writing the book, or did stuff come up in the book that you went back to them?
No, I'm always a huge note maker. I can't start something the size I write. Trilogies, duologies, whatever. These are about 1,000-page books. This one is slightly smaller. It's a fraction of 900 pages, so I'm clearly reducing my rated output. But I can't write. And it's one story, these two books. They're just split because physically impossible to do that in one. So I have to, if I'm writing a 2,000-page story, I have to know how it's going to end before I begin it. That would just be nonsense to do any other way. Although I know a lot of authors that can do that, I can't. So yes, there was a lot of notes, especially on there's worlds and worlds I've built for them that aren't in the book, and I think some of them aren't going to be in the first game either. And then when I got all that settled, I thought, well, I know the obvious story to me. And it was done with the understanding that I do kind of explain the universe, possibly more than I normally do, because we're going to get a lot of people looking for lore for the game. It was the idea of doing it. But it's absolutely one of my stories, and I liked it.
Great. So is there like a sort of series Bible that...
Oh yes, massively so. I was NDA'd on this forever, and I always have to say not in a Harvey Weinstein way. I like the guys at the studio. The level of the corporate level of this was quite extraordinary for me. Even though everybody knows the game is coming out, and Matthew McConaughey is one of the guest voices. And there was a book which is explaining the whole universe. When I was doing interviews, they were desperate to see all the questions, so they would spill the bins on the game itself. Well, that's the kind of thing I've been involved with, which is interesting because I absolutely don't know anything about the game. I've seen lots of pictures of the planets and the spaceships and the species, and they're great. But the actual game is, I don't know. So, which actually, as I say, the pictures, I do this in making every time and put the words together in my head and make sure they work. But this time I would send off these files to Texas, and a few weeks later I would get very high quality artists doing images of the species I've done, and the planets I've been on. I sort of look and go, I wish I'd thought of that. Wait a minute, I can write it in as that and claim all the credit because these are not. So it was an interesting way of taking my ideas, seeing what a very talented artist could run with these, and then incorporating sort of a combined idea into the book. So it really was a collaboration, if you like, on that level.
In the Exodus universe, there's no faster than light travel.
That was one of the rules. They did that, and I like because most of my stuff has faster than light travel. That was done because when you travel, is just a fraction below light speed. So you get in relativistic time dilation. So briefly, if you stay on a planet for 2 years while your friend is travelling to another star at that speed, he ages a week, you age 2 years. And we wanted that in so when you go there and come back, you see the consequences of your actions. You see how what you've done has affected the world, the family, whatever you've left behind. You get to see it viscerally, which I thought was, again, quite a good concept. It certainly works from a game point of view. It plays hell with trying to write those timelines, I have to say. But I think I've pulled it off okay.
I was wondering how you kept track of everybody's subjective time as
Well, the difficulty is to do that. I'm a huge note maker, so again the time scale. Archimedes' engine takes place over 40 years, and some of the characters are off whizzing around at various planets and have aged a couple of months, whereas the ones left behind from beginning to end of the book have gone for 40 years. You see our everyman character has aged 40 years, whereas the sort of, I'm not going to call him an idiot, but slightly misguided person that's rushing off to do various noble tasks has aged a few months.
One of the great themes of the book, and you'll be able to tell how late at night I wrote this question. One of the great themes of the book seems to be the search for human freedom within a meta-society controlled by a privileged and cruel elite. Were you consciously channeling frustration with today's billionaire tech bro-controlled world?
It was certainly one of the building blocks, yes. The society, as I say, it's 40,000 years in the future, so the people who arrived in this area of space first have genetically re-engineered. They're post-humans, but there's many different types of post-human. And the species you dealt with most in this book is called the Imperial Celestials, and they are effectively immortal, but they're using a very strange method of immortality. The aristocracy here was very cautious about its bloodlines. If you watch Bridgerton, you know people marry their own class. Yeah. So that was kind of an inspiration. But they also have their mind, their personality, who they are, which they can transfer down into their children, which to us is a very strange concept, because your child's individual life then ceases and you become the child. The combination of mind and body is very different. Because of the way they've evolved themselves and the culture they live in, all the children can do is hope that they're the one that's chosen, which is so alien to us. But they look like us. They're humanoid design still. And we do keep emphasising to the humans they talk to in the book is do not anthropomorphise us. Do not think we are like you. We are not. So yes, that was a huge part of the cultural shift for these guys. And that kind of society, when you can potentially live for tens of thousands of years, the political drive, in my mind, would have to be stability. You have to make this a stable society, because if you want to live for those tens of thousands of years, you don't need the barbarians knocking at the gates. You don't need internal dissent. You don't need these threats to your potentially incredibly long life. So they are, and of course it's post-scarcity. Everything is manufactured for them to a degree. They don't have to do anything much. So they are getting actually quite decadent, and obviously so arrogant they don't realise it, and which is where the politics comes into this. So they're settling on a kind of monarchy, with the queen at the top and the empress above her. They become kings and queens because of their family dynamic. They've got very rich families, so they've gone up to the top of the tree. And their actual problem is just keeping all the other big families in line below them, who keep the ones, and it's a pyramid effect. But everyone, they're supposedly very much more intelligent than us, but it's done by consensus because everybody wants stability, and that kind of thing does bring stability. If you have reached the pinnacle of technology and there is no innovation, there is no change, if everybody's fed, if everybody's happy, if everybody's got a roof over their heads, the impulse to rebel, to do better for yourself, to get it kind of fades away. So that's why they become static and are becoming very decadent as well.
So comfort is a detriment to progress.
In this setup, yes. I mean, you did mention the 1%. It's basically a society where everybody is the one, where 100% of us are the 1%.
Yeah.
Which has interesting social consequences, especially as you regard the newly arriving humans as less than you.
Yeah. Talking about big boats, and I cannot lie,
You mentioned earlier that you had 7 novels in your Commonwealth universe, and that was quite an exception to the rule. What was it that kept drawing you back to that setting? I did 3 books right back at the start in the 90s. I barely remember. I did 3 books called the Greg Mandel series. They did okay. I'm sure my publisher would have liked Greg Mandel 4, 5, 6, whatever. I didn't want the author who wrote 10 books about one character or set in one universe. And one of the things that drew me to science fiction very early on, I've said this before, is the E. Doc Smith books, which the perfect age to read those is 13. Don't read them now. They were written back in the 30s and 40s, and boy does it show. But when I read them, it was great. It was escapism and wonderful. I'd written the Mandel books, so I was sort of gaining confidence as a writer. So I thought, well, I'd love to do that kind of wild galactic adventure story again. So I switched to that, and didn't really realise it was going to be that big. I know how to plan a little better these days. And when I'd done that, I'd spent 6.5 years writing those 3 books. So I've got to do something else, and went on, I think it was Fallen Dragon, which was different. And then Misspent Youth, which was different again, my least popular book, Misspent Youth. And I thought, I realised this is what I want to be doing. I don't want to go back to Knight's Door now. I've had a break from it. Yeah. Not that I had a story for it. So I went on and did the Commonwealth books. There was 2 at the beginning, Judas Unchained, Pandora's Star, then Judas Unchained, thank you. And I did that. This is the way it's going to be. This is, I can switch and I can do other stuff and still keep it fresh and still do space opera and whatever I want to do. And when I had the idea for the Void, I thought, right, which am I going to design to put this in? And I realised that actually it would fit very well into the Commonwealth, so I didn't have to do quite so many notes. I could just get on and write it. And it sort of gone like that, and I did that, and then I did Great North Road, which was a standalone, and then I went back to the Commonwealth for the last time, and then did the Salvation sequence, and I've done children's fantasy books in between. There's an ARC ship, allegedly it's YA, so marketing tells me, which will finally be coming out in print in about a year's time. It's an audio book at the moment, which didn't go well. And then this offer came along because I was going to do more in the Salvation universe, because I left. Before you all ask, I did leave the end of Salvation open on one of the plot lines was unresolved deliberately, because I was going to go back to that, so I'll probably go back to that at some point. So this ability to shift into new universes is what I feel keeps me relatively fresh as a writer.
Okay, you've answered question 10 about the sequel to the Salvation universe.
Yes, I will get round to it if anybody's desperate to read it. Please don't ask me when. But no, it needs to be done. And I've got to finish the follow to Archimedes' Engine. Then I'll look at something else, which might be that. Or I've got 2 or 3 other books I'd like to get written as well. And I don't know if the games people want me to write more in their universe. So I don't know when it will be, but it will be at some point.
You just alluded to the Queen of Dreams trilogy for middle grade readers.
Yeah.
Did you find your approach to writing that was markedly different to your approach to writing your normal novels?
Yes, there was a reason that middle grade is sort of 10 to 12. I never get classification. It's for kids. It's a magical fantasy story for kids. And that came about because I used to read to my kids at night in the hope that that would turn them into readers. And I have to say that some of the books they chose, some kids' books at that time, were just awful. My favourite, that goes back to one of my favourite stories, was when I heard it, I thought, this is too good to check if it's actually true, and it is true. Was Ian Fleming was in hospital for something at one point, and they sort of said, well, would you come down to the kids' ward and chat to them, you've made James Bond and all this. And he did. He said to one kid, well, what are you reading?
and this kid produced Beatrix Potter, and he absolutely hated it. He hated the whole Beatrix Potter thing, and went off and wrote Chitty Chitty Bang Bang because of that. And I was reading these not good books to my kids. I thought, I'm trying to make them read it, so I went and wrote for their age group and put them in it as an incentive to read by themselves. I think they did. I think they read them. And certainly when I read the first ones to them. Yes, but it is different. I mean, the story is still quite. I stand by the story any day. But the way you present it is you really have got to have something happening every few pages to keep people's interest. So I am short compared to what I normally do. So I can do that, but it was for a different audience. And again, this was one of the things, you'd write something different, and I had a lot of fun doing it. So yeah, that was why that came about. I don't think I'll ever be going back to that particular universe there, although I did enjoy it.
Yeah, talking about salvation, in which technologically advanced alien invaders, although horrible to us, genuinely think they're acting in humanity's best interest.
Yeah.
And this again is another late night question. When I was saying that, are there echoes there of the way the British Empire saw itself as civilising the rest of the world?
No, that wasn't it. When I wrote Pandora's Star, I was going to do an alien invasion story because they're great fun. But our knowledge base now is such that I did cover this briefly with the culture panel before. Is such that if you have the technology to travel between stars, you're not going to go there for material resources. Nobody's coming here and is going to mine our gold or siphon away our oceans because their world is lacking in water now. Because the technology level is such that you just don't do that.
Yeah.
Therefore, why would an alien invasion happen? I came up with a fairly good species in Pandora's Star as to why it was. And this was, they were religiously inclined. They had this very definite belief that there is a God at the end of time, and they know this because that God sent a signal back in time to them saying, come and join us. And so they arrive here on this ship, and there's very, very nice aliens, and would you like to join us? And that question becomes a little bit further this time, to the point at which we are all basically kidnapped and taken to what they think is this God at the end of time. And that was a way of making their society cohesive. That is what they as a species do. They send these ships out all over the galaxy, gather up other species, and you are coming with us. So there's no resource thing, there's no expanding your empire. This is a religious thing. This is what we absolutely believe in. Because we have a lot of skepticism, all the miracles happen before phones, or how do you want to do it? This happened when they were technological civilization. They got this signal, and they absolutely believe it, and it is how their society is now structured around this, and that is what they do. So that was my way of coming up with a good alien invasion story.
There's a lot of espionage and political skullduggery in the book. Were you influenced by political and spy fiction outside of the SF genre when you were writing?
Yeah, especially I seem to put a lot of detectives in my book, and spying intelligence agencies is the same narrative form, if you like, because your detective has to go down onto those mean streets, and my mean streets are not our mean streets, so I've got to explain it away. And the detective is a good way of narrating the way the universe is structured and built. Salvation, the very first book of Salvation has the interesting narrative structures. There's 5 of the main characters, 4 or 5 main characters, are all going on a journey together to this alien ship that nobody understands how it got there or why it got there. And during the transit there, each of them has the time to tell their story, which provides you with the background to the universe and also kind of forwards the plot, although you don't realise that until they get there and there's the first reveal. I've always admired that as a way, especially for science fiction. It's a good narrative structure. But of course it's the way Dan Simmons wrote Hyperion. So I knew right from the start that, if I did that, I was copied Simmons. But actually it's from Chaucer's Canterbury Tales. Maybe I don't think anybody told that to Dan, whatever. But I had reached, by the time I wrote Salvation, I'd reached a point in my career where I don't care if that's what you say. I want to use this structure. And I did, and a few people did go, Simmons. But I was confident enough in where I am as a writer that I could now do that. And I hope by doing that I'm writing. If anybody else wants to use this, then it's not you're not just copying Simmons.
I mean, maybe your use of it was so definitive it echoed backwards in time, and he copied you.
Very likely, yes.
Right, okay, we're going to switch to if there are any questions in the audience now, and I hope you all come primed. So, anyone else something you'd like Peter to talk about?
Which of your universes would you like to live in?
This is what people are starting to ask this more frequently now. I'm going to say the Commonwealth after the Era of the Void trilogy, and it's all calmed down, it's quite nice to live there. I don't want to live there during Great War years, basically. But it is post-scarcity, and yet it allows us still to be quite human, and then you can evolve if you want to. So I'd say that it seems to be relatively pleasant at that point. Of course, I haven't gone back and done anything nasty to it after that yet. So I will go with my final answer is the Commonwealth.
Anybody in your family who's going to play the game, and if they do and they come around and say that just does not work, probably Dad, will you change it?
I can't change the game, no, but I'm hopefully the way I've put it together makes it believable. I think that's basically what I have to say. If there's one thing I can do, it's world building. That's kind of one of the reasons I was on my list. Even I will be playing that game. I fear computer games because I know they just suck away all the time in the world.
You know the rules.
I know them, but I don't know the story for the game yet. So if they send me an early copy, I should be having the next book very late indeed.
Anyone else?
On the subject of world building, how do you approach creating like a new universe for yourself?
It's kind of an organic process. Like I said, I do spend, typically if I'm doing a trilogy, it will take 4 years, and the first 6 months on notes. I will come up with the original idea. I was in Pandora's Star was how to do a proper alien invasion, so I needed the alien who doesn't, isn't coming here for the gold, so I've sort of worked that out. And okay, what level of society, what level of technology and industry and finance and politics have we got to put up some resistance to this? So it sort of settles what technology level in the future is. So okay, you've got the technology level, how does that affect economics, how does that affect politics? Okay, well that's how that world will work, what sort of people will live in it and which ones can I use to tell the story through. And that all sort of comes together like that. And then when I've got all that sorted, then I work out, okay, well I know what the idea is, how's it going to play out? And then come the chapter outlines. And so it fits together like that. A good example is in the new book, is I came up with something called limestone, which is basically rock, but like a slow-growing tree version of rock. And they have neural contacts. You sort of shake hands like that, and it's sort of like telepathy without this contact to do it. So you can put your hand on this thing and make it grow into a house. It will grow into a house over a couple of years because you've loaded the pattern and the archetype pattern, the architect pattern is now embedded in the rock, and it will grow to this size and shape, which means no construction industry. Everybody has their house. So that's a whole, not only a layer of jobs we don't have, it's also an economy driver that we don't have, because we've got to build more houses, which uses up jobs, and it's fine, it's a huge part of the economy. Well, that's gone. So therefore, what kind of society will it be when you get, it's not quite post-scarcity, but it's close to it, and everyone has a much better life because of that. So that sort of plays into the world that I wanted for humans in this particular story. So, yeah, that's part of the process. And therefore, what will be the economic driver? Well, actually, they're basically servants to this class of people I was telling you about, the Imperial Celestials. But it's a very cozy world, which brings you into the question of what's the point of actually rebelling against this? There's some humans, obviously for story's sake, some people we're going to liberate everybody, but not everybody actually wants to be liberated from a nice life. Just because we're living the same life as these weirdos over here. So all the construction of world building I do sort of plays into the universe, was because of the universe.
It feels very organic, but where do you draw the line at the end of research and how do you not procrastinate forever doing research?
Balance, which I know I will never get right. I cannot please it. I get a lot of people going, oh, books are far too long, and I get a lot of people going, oh, the detail is what I love. There is no correct balance. I hope that I've struck a point at which I can please most people some of the time. I'm never going to please everybody all the time. I'm not going to try and do that. That is writing by committee. It doesn't work. So if I do a whole lot of thinking like that, I'll try and build it again into the narrative structure, so that you're reading through what's happening, and therefore, as well as what's happening, it gives you an idea of where and why it's happening, if I'm making sense on that. So yeah, but there is no for what we do. There's always the problem of authors doing way too much research, and I've suffered for it. Now you're going to find out what I know, whether you like it or not. Hopefully I haven't reached that level, and I do rely on editors quite a bit as well. It is very, editing to me is very, very important. I mean, I've been writing for professional writer for 30 years, but I know I need editing. It comes back, the way you talk about with all the red lines in it. It's like being marked from English essay at school. But I will read through why it's got a red line in it. And sometimes I think, yeah, they're right. And sometimes it will not, I'm right, not over my dead body, I'm not changing that. And then we'll discuss it calmly and sensibly, and there'll be a compromise made. The best one I had, the best example I can give you was Greenwood Road, which one of the main characters had to go to a very decadent party because she was part of a ridiculous, this is the 1% of the 1%. Comes back, we know they're decadent, we don't actually need 30 pages of party just to prove that. So yeah, maybe shrink that down a bit. So yeah, editing is hugely important to me, and you have to have editors you trust and know. And they're sort of like the emergency brakes, really. Yeah.
Follow-up question really. So it's one thing to build your world and write your notes about it, but I find not drifting from those notes is a problem. I mean, do you find that you imaginatively leave some of those notes behind eventually, and then you become inconsistent? Do you ever have that problem?
Yeah. Having said I wrote everything down meticulously, yes, it comes in the chapter outline, so I know where the characters start a chapter and I know where I have to get them to the end of a chapter. And how I do it depends on the day, on the writing, which is hopefully how I keep the writing reasonably fresh. And new things will come in at this point. I won't necessarily step outside the rules of the universe I've done, but I will introduce something new. So halfway through a book, I will stop and then have to rewrite the remaining chapter outlines to accommodate what I've incorporated, the new stuff that's crept in, hopefully to the benefit of the book. but yes, that's part of it. I accept that I will sort of meander. And there is, people don't believe me when I say I self-edit. But there are entire chapters somewhere probably on a floppy disk that I took out of the Neutronian Alchemist. Because it was all new characters. There was an Indian ethnic world, I think, and something else. One of the machines outside one of the habitats, it played a little role in the first book and then vanished. Because I realised when I got sort of halfway through Neutronian Alchemist, even I knew this was getting too big at this point. So they were taken out and never seen of again. That was before it got to the editing stage, and then the editor sort of chipped in, well, this needs cutting and that needs cutting and what have you. So that was kind of when I really began to understand how you form a narrative and keep it going, keep it interesting, and keep it relevant to the plot, and don't diverge ridiculously off here. So yeah, yes is the answer to the question.
I was wondering, when you watch films or TV with science fictional worlds in them, do you find it difficult to switch off your own world-building critic when you're watching constructed worlds on screen, or can you just enjoy the entertainment? And is there anything that's annoyed you in sort of world-building terms that's like a niggle in anything that you've watched science fictionally?
It completely ruins a lot of films for me, I'm afraid. The settings are wonderful, but there's all the other settings. There's no logic behind some. The most famous one, of course, is Dune. Where does all the oxygen come from? And he did try and answer that in later ones. It's a beautiful vista, the deserts are fabulous and everything, but ecologically it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I'm giving the benefit of the doubt because it's a great story. Yes, I often think a lot of science fiction is just future landscapes. There's no real. The thing with me is I do tend to go in probably to excess at the level of economics and politics to shape the world. Because if I can't get it to work inside my head, I can't get my readers to believe it. And a lot of it is soap opera in the future. It really is. I mean, it's a very nice, bright, shiny future and looks wonderful on TV and film, but it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I'm sorry that you can't just enjoy the entertainment, but I can see why.
I can sit back and watch Deadpool. That's fine by me. But some of the other stuff, no, not really. That was actually one of the reasons when I sent the outline for the world of Exodus. It was basically me when I come out of a film going, I'd read through what they'd done and what they'd put out, you can't do that won't work, you didn't get that right. And it was one of the things, when I got it, I sent them, because they got the starships from in a particular way, and I went back and said, I'm just going to say this to you, when you employ me or not, you've got this. This is how you do that, actually, rather than the way you came up with that, just no. So I kind of like that. So that and the book as we play the game, how they work is my bit. Yes, the real critic is never silenced. We've got 5 minutes left. Kevin?
Yeah, you kind of dangled it before us at the beginning and Gareth hasn't asked, so I need to know what is your answer to the where do you get your ideas from?
Well, in this case, it came straight from an email from Texas.
That's almost religious. I guess it arrived.
But I mean, the thing is with where you get your ideas from, like I said, you come up with a reason for an alien invasion, and okay, that's the bedrock, and then everything else just bleeds together. From when you write, what you see, what you've heard, it's all, where you get your influences from, it's just the images everywhere.
I'm trying to work out if I can steal some of your answers at the moment. It doesn't sound.
I'm sorry. I mean, there's a cult in the Night's Dawn where they start basically worshipping the bad guys. To identify themselves, they all wear a red handkerchief around their ankle. When I was on the train going down to London in the 90s, we sort of slowed down through a station, and there was a girl there with a red handkerchief tied around her ankle. I thought, well, I've never seen that before. And it's silly little things like that. And then reading about how fusion reactors are economically, how we're going to go with these and when they're coming in. It's just anything I can see which just sort of goes, ooh. And then I'll say that, I mean, that was 5 years from seeing the girl with the thing around her ankle and building it into the book. It just, the more you gather together, the more connections you can make. Yeah. Anybody else?
On a more practical level, do you set yourself like regular writing hours, or do you just do it as and when?
No, I'll just do a general day where I will sit down in the morning and read what I wrote yesterday, and I'll try and improve the prose, make corrections for things I think have gone off astray or whatever. And so polish it so it's the best it is. Then when I finish that, here I will be where I left off, so I can then write in the afternoon and evening, and as it gets nearer deadlines, night. And then repeat and repeat. That's how I do it. This is not a set way of how to write. There is no set way. This is the way.
Everybody's got their own different ways.
Yeah. So then this is not a Bible, but that's the way that works for me.
That worked for 2 of us a month, so good way of doing it.
Oh, right.
It's exactly how he did it.
I'm doing something right. I think you've got 2 minutes if there's any.
I think I've been reading that we're about 10 years away from fusion reactors for about the past 40 years. Have you got any idea when we're likely to see workable fusion reactors?
I was given a date yesterday. It was about 38. Possibly the first commercial one coming along. We're all starting to build it. We're starting to get the site ready for them.
Oh, right.
Yeah. 2028. 20? Oh, okay. Where's that?
I'm not sure, but Microsoft has signed the contract to get the electricity
Oh, okay. Right. 2028. We're coming down a decade now. But yes, it is one of those. I mean, we know it works. It's just a question of getting engineering right, something like that, which has taken a very, very long time. Presumably down to funding. There's a lot of funding went into fission, but not half as much as fusion. So.
Okay. Please give a big thank you to guest four. Thank you for coming.
Nothing I couldn't answer. Look at the
All right, welcome everybody to the Legends, Myths and Finding Your Own Way panel. I'm going to start with some introductions. So if we start at the end with Juliet, just introduce yourselves and say why you're on this panel.
I'm Juliet McKenna. I have been writing since 1999. I have been reading since about 1969. And when I was a kid, the books of folklore, the Pan Book of Witches, the Macmillan Book of Goblins, were on the school shelves next to A Child's History of England and Woodward's and A Prison Gameman. And there was no distinction made between these things of history and myth and fiction, fantastical fiction. I grew up with all of this. I started writing Swords and Sorcery, Wizards and Dragons, Dirty Work at the Crossroads, traditional Second World epic fantasy with a couple of new twists, and did that for 15 books. And now I'm writing contemporary fantasy rooted in English, British folklore. And one of the things that I have realised is how much of that early reading stayed with me and how much it is now influencing what I am currently writing. I've always been fascinated by folklore. I read an awful lot of it. And it is very interesting to see how that has been a constant thread through my reading and my writing.
So I'm Phil Williams. I write all sorts. I've got probably about 15 books out by now, and mostly all self-published. And I do a mixture of urban fantasy thrillers, and more recently I've started doing epic fantasies in a secondary world, but they're set with a sort of World War I theme. So what I tend to do with all my writing is I try and make something as realistic as possible with just fantasy elements in it. It's always sort of a challenge I've set myself to try and make the fantasy something that could exist within our understanding of things. So I take a lot of inspiration from real world things and how something could become fantastical. So I've always been really interested in myths and legends. I've got fairies, and what I like to do is make these things a little bit different in any way that I can. Like, for me, when I'm writing, I'm always looking for a way to do something slightly different or very different, which makes it very unmarketable. But I've got fairies with guns, for example, but they're still tiny and they swear a lot. So, that's me.
Joanne? I'm Joanne Harris. I was brought up by a French mother who felt that science fiction, fantasy and horror were all supposed to be out of bounds for children, and so I got very good at reading those things by stealth in the library and also getting around the obstacle of genre by reading myths and folklore and fairy tales. And my mother used to buy books from the Reader's Digest, and we had a large collection of big fat black books with embossed covers with titles like Myths and Legends and Folklore of Great Britain. And because all of this had myth in it, my mother allowed me to read it, which meant that I had a pretty constant diet of monsters and folklore of one sort or another. I write a lot of things. I'm still quite good at getting monsters and folklore and myth by stealth into books which are later marketed as literary fiction, but I also write outright fantasy, which isn't dissimilar to my literary fiction at all, except that it's published by somebody else. And I think that pretty much everything I've written, even the things which are supposedly solidly grounded in the real world, have still a great deal to owe to their background of fantasy, myth and fairy tale.
And Graham? I'm Graham Austin King. I'm a massive fantasy nerd. I grew up playing Dungeons and Dragons way too early and sort of drifting into that to writing when I discovered that actually they're not that dissimilar. I'm the author of 5 novels, and most of them have myth involved in them as a concept. So my Red and Weird Saga was the first trilogy I wrote. It's mostly about the Fae returning to a world which has completely forgotten them and dismissed them as myth and folklore, and it's that element of them being mythical that's most fun to play with, which is probably why I'm on the panel.
And I'm Ida Keogh. I've written a novella, Fish, which is a reimagining of merfolk. It's basically a merfolk refugee crisis set in the 2030s in Great Britain. And I've just written a fantasy novella, which is on submission right now, Thirsty Roots, which is trying to undo some of the more damaging tropes around goblins. I've got 2 goblins running a cocktail bar in the middle of a magical maze. That's lovely. So we're going to look at how writers can avoid the pitfalls of tropes around elves, goblins and humans, whilst not seeming so far away from the comfort zone caused by what has been written before. So let's start with legends and myths. Are there any retellings of popular legends and myths that you particularly like or you've written about in your own work? We'll start at the end with you, Juliette.
I've been very taken with Teresa Kingfisher's Thorn Hedge and The Seventh Wife, is it? And I think she's Ursula Vernon under a different hat. One of the things she's doing is if you're going to do a retelling, you have to just not do a retelling. Naomi Novik as well with Uprooted and Tangled, because a few years ago now I was a judge for the World Fantasy Awards, and you end up with boxes and boxes and boxes of books, and you end up on first names with the UPS guy. And some amongst the submissions were some very good submissions in that they were very beautifully written, wonderfully characterised, very atmospheric, with no surprises for me whatsoever because I already knew the story. And I'm sure they were hugely enjoyable for people who didn't already know the story. But for me, if I'm going to read a take on the Cinderella myth, if I'm going to read a take on Sleeping Beauty, a take on Bluebeard, it's got to surprise me. It's got to be looking at that well-known tale from a completely different angle. And I find under the Teresa Kingfisher name and also Naomi Novik do that extremely well.
Well,
I think that excellent example I probably should have thought of. I would say that in general, actually, T. Kingfisher's, like, her wider body of work, a lot of it does really well playing on existing folklore. She's very good with it. First one that sprung to my mind is actually Victor Lavelle. I hope I got his name right. He's an African-American author, and he does a lot of reimagining through that African-American lens, which is quite interesting. Like, there's I'm thinking 3 different books of his that do the same sort of thing. What's the name of it now? Changeling. Changelings are fantastic. I don't really want to say much about it because it's kind of, you don't really know what's going on in it until quite late, where it becomes quite apparent. But it's for a long time in the book you don't really realise, is it mythical or is it just what's happening in the everyday life. But when you sort of get to what's really going on, it's very effectively done, and it's very authentic. I'd say it's an interesting story, that one. He's also done a Frankenstein one, which is a graphic novel, which is good. And I was thinking, what's the third one? That'll probably come back to me later. He's well. I was thinking he did a reimagining. This isn't really a myth, but I guess we're kind of getting there. He reimagined one of H.P. Lovecraft's books from the perspective of a black character, in which the book novella may be a bit shorter, from which the original stories of Lovecraft tend to be quite racist. So it is kind of, and because Lovecraft, we're getting into more modern myth with that, but he's kind of reclaimed it. It's nice.
Joanne.
Well, I was raised on Angela Carter's feminist retellings, things like The Bloody Chamber, and I've always felt that they still really stand the test of time. They're still very fresh, and that was really what got me into looking at things that we consider to be classic fairy stories and flipping them around. And so when I wrote my novellas, A Pocket Full of Crows and Blue Salt Road and Orfea and these things, what I wanted to do was to try and take an established story, which in the cases of those stories, they were child ballads, which had kind of fallen out of favour because, frankly, child ballads are unsatisfying in a lot of ways because they're quite murderous and tremendously misogynistic, and all the violence is towards women, and so I kind of gender flipped them and twisted them around and tried to give them a slant that people could relate to again, which was really, really enjoyable. And I'm really glad to see other people taking child ballads as well, people like Lucy Holland, who and Sister Song.
Yes.
Was she writing under Lucy Holland or Lucy Housen when she wrote that one? Anyway, she's got 2.
The book's Sister Song.
The book is Sister Song. It's lovely. It's a reimagining of the child ballad, The Two Sisters. But instead of it being
the classic child ballad, women jealous of each other over a man and one sister kills the other sister. It's a much more nuanced, much more interesting, elegant solution, which incorporates another character who turns out to be trans, and so it's an exploration of gender and relationships and love within the construct of this half-familiar ballad. I'm guessing a lot of you do know child ballads, but most of them are not very mainstream or very satisfying or very much used, which is...
Child was the name of the guy who collected them. He was one of these folklorists.
Yes, he was a chap who decided, who thought that, with the oral tradition dying out, he thought it would be useful for him to collect the ballads of Great Britain and just write them down. And he didn't collect the music, but he did collect the stories. And one of the interesting things about those stories is that he collected all the different versions of them. So you could see how they had migrated to different parts of the British Isles over time and changed their meanings and added things and had things taken away. And so some of them are, have a dozen or so different versions. Those are the ones we tend to know best, and some of them are just tiny, tantalising little fragments, and you think, what the hell is this story about, and can I know more? And of course there isn't any, so we have to make it up.
I think the best reimagining that I can think of is actually done with dragons, because who doesn't love a good dragon? And it's weird because it touches on what you were saying about comfort zones. So the one I'm thinking is Robin Hobb with the Bristol Chronicles. It's not new, so spoilers. If you haven't read it by now, you've had your chance. I'm just going in. Dragons are clearly defined. They're a bit like elves. We know they're giant scaly lizards. The number of legs is debatable. Breathing fire, so on and so forth. And she takes the whole thing and turns it on its head. And they're almost like butterflies in the end, because there's a metamorphosis from one state of matter through a chrysalis into something else. And it was just done so well that it almost took you away from that comfort zone, but you didn't care. I've not seen it done with anyone else, with any other mythological creature quite so well as that. And I reread it all the time.
Yeah. And that really brings us on to my next question, which is more about creatures. You see, we've got the myths and legends are the stories, but there are also sort of fantasy races, your elves, your goblins, and then more sort of traditional tropes about witches and wizards, things like that. So sticking with the positive for the moment, are there any mythological creatures that you think have been reimagined in a particularly good way?
Well, I answered that one too early.
Yeah. Start with you, Joanne. We'll work that way and come back to you.
I'm not sure I can think of an immediate example of things that have been reimagined, but there are things that should be reimagined, I think. I think the whole business of humans that are not really humans because they are something else, I've always felt a little uncomfortable with, and I'm feeling increasingly uncomfortable with it. And when you read sort of early legends and myths and writing, you can tell that quite a lot of the writing about witches and dwarves, it's really a way of processing the sense of otherness that other humans give us. And I think that we have inherited a little bit of that already, because witches and dwarves aren't different races, they are humans. They're just different humans. And this feeling of deep discomfort around what is other, I think underpins an awful lot of our British folklore. I would like to see some of that deconstructed, moved around, changed. I would like it to be more of an understood fact that actually, there is no normal humans and then nasty, evil, not quite humans, but people who look like humans, but they can be viable targets because we know they're not one of us, kind of thing. What I would like to see is a lot more unpacking of that particular folkloric baggage. That's not answered your question at all, I'm sorry. That's what I do. Phil?
Yeah, I feel like I've got a simplistic answer now. I was going to say, the ones that crop to mind, I think that when we're looking at creatures, we've probably all got quite specific creatures that we like to focus on. For me, I'm always a big fan of seeing fairies and giants in stories. I don't know why they appeal to me, but I guess a lot of the stuff I get these things from tends to go more into horror fiction, which comes very much away from being more generous to the creatures and making them more scary. But two examples I had of ones that I think redo the creatures really well for quite authentic horror stories were and Irish folklore in general. There's a guy, if I get his name, I'll probably pronounce it wrong, but Peadar Gillen, I think.
Peadar Gillen.
The Call.
Yes.
Duology. I think there's a fantastic reimagining imagining, I guess. I don't know what the original folklore would be that relates to it, but it's about, I don't want to give too much away again, but essentially it's fairies invading or taking over Ireland, and but you've got it's kind of a Hunger Games scenario where you've got a school in this situation where they're going to come into conflict with these fairies. But the way it's all done is just incredibly original and incredibly interesting, and I'd recommend everyone read it. It's very readable, and it's 2 books. I think they're fantastic.
Yes, I would recommend those highly. I've just realised that the 2 examples that leap to mind of sort of reimagining classic secondary world characters are actually quite dated, and it occurs to me to wonder why that is. And that's reimaginings of orcs, because we've got Mary Gentle's Grunts, which also reimagines halflings like you would not expect.
I just read that last week.
Oh, good. I'm really pleased to know that's still current then, because that was quite an old book. And then there was Stan Nichols' Orcs First Blood trilogy, which was again, and I think we need to see more of that. Why we haven't had more of that? Because you were talking about the presentation of goblins. There's a whole panel to be had on the problematic aspects of races being other, bad, the enemy, dark. We've all had the forces of light versus forces of darkness in Tolkien conversation. So Grunts by Mary Gentle and Stan Nichols, it's good rollicking secondary world, straight down the line fantasy, but from the point of view of the orcs, and those are well worth a read.
Any other thoughts there?
I thought I'd have thought something by now, wouldn't you? But there we go. I already have. There's another one which again is a bit dated, and it's from Terry Brooks from the Landover series. I think that it's a unicorn, the black unicorn, and all the way through the book it is itself a mythological creature unknown to the people in the world almost. It's something from folklore that they're not used to, and it's just not what you expect. And I can spoil it and ruin it, and I will. It's actually spells from a spellbook. Is what it actually ends up being. It's the shadow of the potential of the energy of the magic in a sense. So it was never what anybody expected, but it was interesting when you read it all the way through. Is that you were expecting it to be this mythological creature, and there was just plot twist. It wasn't. So it was just well done.
All right, well, that takes us on then. I think we've touched on it already, to the opposite. So what are your absolute worst tropes, tired and damaging stereotypes? What would you encourage people to avoid that you keep seeing in work? Start with you, Phil.
Oh, no. This is a time not to start. I had something in mind a few minutes ago, but I can't think. I'd probably just go back to what we said before. That it's when you get things that are clearly stereotypical that it doesn't work, and it's the more old-fashioned representations. And as Juliet said earlier, when you've got reimaginings that don't bring anything new, I very much agree with that. If I'm reading a retelling of Cinderella and it's still the Cinderella story, I really don't take anything away from that. I read one, I won't name names because I don't actually remember what it was called, but I read a sort of cyberpunk, diesel tech reimagining of the Cinderella story. I can't remember what it was, but it was a series, and I read the first book of it, and it kind of just went into the usual tropes of how it all begins, and I thought, I don't really see much point in reading more of this. It's like, I know this story, but somehow it's now 3 books long or something. This is not, the aesthetic is not enough. There needs to be something more there. But yeah, I think the other thing is to get away from the stereotypes. I mean, it's something I've been trying to do myself with one of the reasons I ended up writing this World War style epic fantasy was because I just wanted to write an epic fantasy in the usual tradition and do something quite traditional. But once I started reading around wars, I was just researching World War I at the time, and it just stuck with me how diverse it was as a war. And when I started thinking about how diverse World War I is, and we don't tend to appreciate that, you really start to think about, in terms of a fantasy war, why don't we ever see that in that setting either? We don't see it in our own setting. I think the vast majority of people don't appreciate in our own wars how many different people have been involved and what their different roles have been. And I think when you look at fantasy, it should be the same.
Juliet?
We are still wedded to pretty heroes and heroines. I think we need to, it's not so much that what I'm seeing is irritating me, it's what I'm becoming more and more conscious of what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing fat heroines. I'm not seeing ugly heroes. I'm not seeing people who, heroes who are great until they lose their glasses, at which point they can't see. People who have, with mobility issues, or the family that is looking after the child who with special needs. So these days, particularly when I'm reading secondary world fantasy, I'm increasingly conscious of what I'm not seeing. It's not what I'm seeing is bad, but it's not a complete picture.
Yeah, there's a great series actually, which is F.D. Lee's Faraway Tree series, and the protagonist is a very plump cabbage fairy, so you might like that.
Well, I mean, in my Lescari Revolution trilogy, we have one of the main point of view characters has in what we would consider cerebral palsy, which was for plot reasons because he needed to be a dispossessed heir, because if you've got to lead a charge into battle on horseback, that's going to be a bit difficult. But I was very conscious that I had to get that right. So I mean, I'd had a friend with cerebral palsy when I was a teenager, so I drew on a lot of that friendship, and I also consulted with wheelchair users and other people. And I got quite, we're not allowed to put that guy on the cover, you know.
Yeah. That's another thing T. Kingfisher does quite well.
Yes.
He's got very unconventional.
Yes, non-stereotypical.
But yeah, interesting point. They're never on the cover either.
Graham?
I'm going to talk about the show that everybody hates at the moment for some reason. I quite enjoyed it, but Rings of Power has actually done something quite nice in that just for once elves aren't all right. None of the dwarves.
Well, the Hobbits apparently. We haven't got around to reading it yet.
It's bizarre to think about it, that all the elves and all the dwarves have to come from a part of the planet where we have white skin. Why is that? Also, why are all dwarves Scottish? Every show, when every video game we've ever played, they're always angry Scottish people, usually with red facial hair.
I thought they were Yorkshire because they were miners.
Sorry?
I thought dwarves were always represented as Yorkshiremen because they were miners.
Scottish.
Scottish miners. Scottish miners.
Played by a Welshman as well, so.
Yeah. John? I completely agree with Jules on this about the beauty and the inherent idea of the desirability of the beauty of the hero and heroine. I think this is something which we've inherited, and to get rid of it we have to unpick why. And so if we look at particularly, let's say, French 17th century fairy tales, which is where a lot of this comes from, the idea of the inherent goodness of beauty is something that needs to be unpacked, because the heroine is beautiful, therefore she is good. The villain is wicked, therefore she is ugly. And I think we've inherited this as well as a lot of other little strands, and the idea of the beautiful hero and heroine automatically also being brave and good and courageous and loyal and having all these other positive messages. I mean, this is why we've still got the trope of the ugly or somehow disfigured or somehow disabled villain, because they are inherently bad because of their physical difference. This is something that we still get all over fantasy fiction, and I think it needs to be kicked into the sea basically and replaced by something else. It's interesting because I was listening to a panel yesterday where somebody said something about how one of the most interesting things for them about looking at non-human characters was not the things that they could do, but the things that they couldn't do, and looking at their challenges in negotiating the world. And I thought how interesting that he's talking about non-human characters this way, but he hasn't talked about adapting the same thing to the thinking to the human characters too, because actually difference makes characters more interesting. Why would we have a monoculture in our human characters but deliberately go for diversity in our non-human characters? This doesn't make sense to me, and it doesn't follow through. So I'd like to see more of that. And yeah, you're right, more fat heroines, old heroines, ugly heroes, heroes that do not fit the conventional hero mould. And for God's sake, let's start looking at this phrase, strong women, and not assuming that it just means somebody who can basically do jiu-jitsu, because that's strength is a whole different spectrum of qualities. And, you know, being able to swing a bastard sword is only one part of that, and possibly even the least interesting.
So, how do you approach this then when you're actually coming to write? Do we need to have familiarity with these sort of comforting things, or is it something you actively avoid? I mean, is it something you're conscious of when you're approaching your work? Let's start with you, Graham.
Yeah, I think so. Fandoms are weird. People are weird. I'm weird. There are some things, some races, elves for example, that are so clearly defined that I as a writer wouldn't mess with them. Largely because you're going to run across the comic store guy who's going to be like, actually, no, it doesn't work like that. So I would shy away from them as a race altogether and do something that's less clearly defined and strike out in that. It's just odd, because I don't think, I know there have been reimaginings of them, and I have been the I'm actually guy, and it just hasn't worked for me. I couldn't really tell you why. It's just rubbed the wrong way. It's probably because it's so deep-seated from the very early days of me reading anything fantastical that it's just entrenched in my brain.
Joanne? I was so busy listening to that I forgot the question.
So, how do you approach this in your own writing, and is it something that you're consciously thinking about?
I don't know if I do consciously think about it, but I think one of the things that I do consciously think about is where stories have come from, because what we get a lot in modern fantasy is heritage stuff, and people who have been influenced very strongly by heritage writers like Tolkien. And it's as if Tolkien is this huge kind of monolith figure that stands there. And we forget sometimes that behind Tolkien is the thing that Tolkien got most of his ideas from. Where did that come from? What was that? What form did that take? One of my personal gripes is people wanting to write about Japanese folklore and legends, where in fact their only source material is Japanese anime. So that's one representation of something which has lots and lots and lots of inheritance behind it. And if you don't understand where it came from, then what you're going to write is going to be by definition shallower than if you knew the previous stage. And there is always a previous stage, right? There's always something that came before. And so the more you know about what came before and the versions of it, the more interesting your version of it is going to be. And I take Robin Hood, for example. I mean, Robin Hood, who has been done to death a squillion times. When we look at the Robin Hood that we tend to associate with that figure, none of those aspects were in the original Robin Hood. And of course, when I say original, there was an oral tradition of Robin Hood long before there was a written tradition, but there is a whole section of child's ballads about Robin Hood which present him in a thoroughly different way.
As a fox.
Even before the fox guy. Although interestingly, the 14th century Robin Hood did wear red and not green. And this whole business of the tights and the Lincoln green came much later. And you know, you can blame Tennyson and the Victorians for a lot of that too. But you know, you look at this figure, which you think you know because we've seen him as a fox, we've seen him as Errol Flynn, we've seen him as all these other swashbuckling characters, and then you look further back, and in the 14th century you see him as a man who is thoroughly devout, who is subversive in various social ways, but is incredibly loyal to the church, prays to Mary before he kills people in the most savage way you can imagine, wears red, and you think,
where did that guy come from? And so it's, whenever you're going to write about that character, you need to understand that he has shadows all over folklore. And if what you're going to do is just focus on one of those shadows, then by definition your writing is going to be less interesting perhaps, and less nuanced and less three-dimensional. So I mean, that tends to be what I do. I try and find out more, even if what I'm eventually going to go back to is just a little fragment of whatever that original source material is. Phil?
Yes, I can go for cheating method and go the opposite way and admit when I don't know enough, I'll make something up instead. But not pretend that that's what you're doing. But I think to kind of put those 2 points together, what I generally say about it, if you're going for something, exactly as Joanne said, if you're going for something that has this history and has all this stuff built into it, you need to really know what you're doing, and you need to be able to, I wouldn't say the problem a lot of people go into is do a lot of research and try and convey that in the story. You don't want to show people that you know everything. You want to just be able to do it seamlessly. You want to have the background so that you don't make the mistakes. You don't need to show people the background. But yeah, you need to go into a lot of detail with that. But I think it goes more, when you're writing these things, there has to be a reason that you're creating it for yourself as well, that you're taking it in a direction that will become personal to you. So you can do that with using the detail from the background and finding which bits fit you. The other way I'd say, to go back to, I guess, what Graham said, people have certain expectations for certain tropes and certain creatures and certain myths, and if you're not going to fit those expectations, you might want to do something different. You might want to not write a story about, you want stories that are different about orcs, but you might not want to call them orcs. You might want to call them something else, and show that things can be different in a different way, so people don't have preconceived notions there.
The best way to avoid overloading your narrative with too much unnecessary detail is to have a partner who reads things in manuscript on paper and writes in the margin, "This is boring, why do I need to know it?" My approach is different whether I'm writing secondary world epic fantasy or contemporary fantasy. If I'm writing secondary world epic fantasy, the world of Einarin, there are no elves, there are no dwarves, because those terms come loaded with so much baggage. I picture elves with something stylish in Italian leather, and orcs will have something, dwarves will have something in nylon tied up with binder twine, because you can picture it, because we have so much of that common heritage, if you like. So, I mean, in the world of Einarin, there are the forest folk and the mountain men, and no end of people read those as elves and dwarves. They're not, but those races were created by me looking back to some of the origins of the elf and the dwarf story, and why these people were considered other, why they were considered different, why they were considered simultaneously dangerously sexy and attractive, and also just plain dangerous. And so I could work a lot with that to create a fully realised 3D believable society with culture and history. When I'm working on the Green Man books with working with British myth and folklore, I go back to find out where these stories came from, for all the reasons that Joanne has mentioned. Also, quite a lot of myth is fragmentary, incomplete. Quite a lot of folklore is not stories. It's an incident. It's a place. It's a monster. That monster lives in that pond, and it'll eat you. Why? And then you read a similar story from another part of the country, and there's a contradiction or a variation. And one of the great things about going back and finding where these stories came from is you find the things that other people have not used. You find the things that have fallen out of current parlance, if you will, that suddenly spark a fascinating idea in your own imagination. And also you realise that, this seemingly harmless myth actually is rooted in a grotesque piece of medieval anti-Semitism. So let's not go anywhere near that, or let's take that toxic creature, myth, legend, whatever, reclaim it and show it for what it was and do something new, different and challenging with it. So it's not to say you can't use these things, but you need to know what you're doing. You need to make your choices very carefully.
All right, well, before we go to audience questions, one last quick fire round, and this is really for new writers in the room. What is your top tip that you're going to give to new writers for avoiding your damaging tropes? We'll start with you, Phil.
This, I can do these one. Do your research. Just make sure exactly what you're saying, make sure you know what you're talking about, and make sure that it fits. You actually just jogged my memory of what I was thinking of. What's a really bad one. This is really not a myth retelling at all, but one that really aggravated me is, if anyone's seen the John Wick films where they call him Baba Yaga, and I thought every time they said that, I was like, what is this? Who took the name Baba Yaga and thought it was appropriate for a hitman? It doesn't fit at all. It's just so bizarre to me, and it's such a waste because that's now in our popular culture as part of John Wick, which everyone knows. And you're like, it's not. It shouldn't be there. Sorry, that's but do your research and make sure it's appropriate.
Julia?
I think if you're creating a character, whether it's a protagonist or somebody peripheral to a scene, the further that character is from your own lived experience, the more you need to talk to somebody who is closer to that than you. I can write about being a woman, I can write about being white, I can write about being British. If I'm from male protagonists, I talk to my male friends. I take them down the pub, I buy them beer, and I sit and listen. If I can get so far on race, because I'm half Irish, half English, but you wouldn't know that to look at me. So if I'm doing anything where race is an issue, I need to talk to people whose lived experience is going to be more informed and more complicated than my own. And one of the things that I generally say is, what sort of things really irritate you? And I sit back and make notes while they talk at me for half an hour. So basically, that I find is the best way to avoid perpetuating ideas that I don't even necessarily realise are damaging, offensive, or just plain ill thought through.
Great.
Be consistent, particularly with your magic systems. Two schools of thought on this, that either your magic should be completely vague and unexplained and it's just magic, deal with it, and there are other writers that break it down to the nth degree. But if you're going to expose the mechanisms and the workings of it at all, that needs to be consistent all the way through, because if you change that in book 7, someone's going to turn around and say, well, hang on, that doesn't work. And there's a very famous series with owls and worms and things that if you actually get through to a certain point just doesn't make any sense at all. They're suddenly using a totally different system. But I won't name that because that would be silly.
Joanne?
I'm completely with Jules on the know your limits and know who to communicate with, because actually we're all involved in a two-way process here of communicating with the reader in one way or another, and what we don't want is to limit the communication that we have to one kind of reader, or alienate readers by communicating incorrectly by just not knowing enough about their experience to be able to bring it into our story. I don't think anyone should be afraid of bringing diversity into their story, but they shouldn't also be afraid of asking for help when their own experience runs out, and everybody's will at some point. I think that's important. I think it's important to know your subject matter and to be curious about your subject matter and to go as far into its origins as possible. But I think it's also important to understand that these are our stories and we can tell them any way we like.
You can't write by committee.
Exactly. We can reshape them, we can make them mean things that are the opposite of what they used to mean, because society has changed and it's become the opposite of what it used to be. We can do it deliberately in modern slang if we want to. There are no monoliths there that deserve to stand forever. Everything can be toppled or questioned or subverted, and we should be doing this, because if we don't retell stories in new and different ways that keep them alive, then they're going to die, and we shouldn't allow that to happen if we love them.
All right, I think we've got time for some audience questions. Any questions from the audience? Okay, hand went straight up over there. Wait for the microphone, please. I'm not sure it's on.
Give it a shake.
at Duracell.
Lights on.
Someone should be.
We can always just repeat the question.
Yes, it's just on the room if you like. You're just going to be really loud.
How would you like to contribute to future myths?
So how would you like to contribute to future myths?
That's an interesting one.
You can just pile in.
I guess I would start by saying, as Juliet's been saying, we want to try and add to them, put your own twist on them, and I think generally the sense that I could probably get from everyone would be to try and make them a little bit better, to be a bit more, diverse, to be a bit more forgiving of other cultures, and to set a good example, I guess. As we've said with you've got the beauty and ugly tropes and these sort of things. A lot of the things we get are entrenched, and by gradually changing them, we can gradually change the way people think, I guess.
I think if we can get away from the other is suspicious and somehow dangerous and threatening, that other is interesting and bringing something new and contributing and offering us something that is going to be greater than the sum of its parts. If we could go down that route with myth, that would be good.
I think that's a good one. I think also get rid of the idea that there will ever be a definitive version of anything. So put ego aside when it comes to these stories which belong to all of us, which have come from somewhere else, which are going to go somewhere else. So own them in whatever way you want for as long as you need, and then just understand that you are going to pass them on. But then they're going to be yours forever.
I think that's covered it. I've got nothing on this one.
All right. Any more questions? Yeah, I'm going to go to the back over here, and you just need to shout.
I was going to ask how far do you think you can stretch a retelling or a recasting of a mythical creature or something before it becomes kind of silly to describe it as a retelling or like, it's a dragon, but it's actually really small, it can breathe fire, and it's furry, and it doesn't hold treasure. Okay, it's not a dragon. So what do you think about that? Because I've seen some where it goes. It's now just something new, and it's not that anymore, but it's kind of tied to it somehow. I don't know. How far is it meaningful to stretch things?
Did you capture all of that? Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Can somebody summarise that back again? How far can you stretch?
How many changes can you make to a classic theme, tale or creature before it ceases to be what it started out as? I think to a certain extent that's always going to be a question for the writer of Suck It and See. If you can make it work, fine, but as a writer you have to learn to spot the point where it's not going to work. In one of my early novels I did have an idea that the main villain, the opposition, the threat was going to be what in the initial draft and the outline, which my editor and I had discussed, was just the placeholder was beast men. And I hadn't really fleshed out that concept. And when I came to actually writing the book, none of the ideas that I kicked around really worked. But then I saw a documentary about pirates. And actually, pirates were going to work really well in that book. That's The Assassin's Edge. And so, the beast men got binned because I realised fairly early on that although I sort of knew what I wanted to do, I couldn't work out how to make it work.
Yeah, I think that's a really important thing. It's a good question too. I think one of the short answers is other creatures are available.
Yes.
Other stories are also available. I'm going to kill myself if I see another version of Beauty and the Beast anywhere at all, because it's been done to death, and also nobody has got rid of the toxic heart of that story, which is basically you are responsible for your man. If he's a beast, it's somehow your fault. But I think also we should just be more curious and look around. And I think that, another short answer to that question is if you say something and there is an immovable image that you immediately visualize and that all your readers immediately visualize and you can't get rid of it, whatever you do and however you write the thing, and I think dragon is one of those images now, then write something else. Make them visualize it from the ground upwards, own it completely, let it be entirely yours. Because, you know, you can read as well as you want to, but if you say dragon now, people will generally think of either Tolkien or Game of Thrones or something. They will think of something that looks like one of those things. Yeah. If you say sword, they will think of something that you know, basically is long and straight and pointy. You need to find new words, new creatures, new ways of inhabiting different mythical spaces. Otherwise, you'll be Disneyfying everything, and you'll be creating templates for the future, which might not be as useful as you'd hope.
Kate Elliott, as a fantasy writer, is extremely good at doing this. She has griffins and giant eagles, you know, rocks, R-O-C-S. So yeah, other monsters are available.
Yeah, I think it really depends on how clearly defined already that creature is. My first writings were about the Fae, which most people have heard of, but the definition is really quite nebulous. So I had a lot to play with. It probably helped that I hadn't read much about them already, so I could sort of what I had I'd absorbed through osmosis, so I can play around with things. But again, if you're going to mess around with something like dragons or unicorns, then people know what to expect, and you're going to have problems with that.
Time for one more quick question, which is down here.
Do you have any particular reference titles for folklore that you go back to again and again?
Google.
Not Google. Much less so these days. Project Gutenberg. Because you can get collections by folklorists who were erudite gentlemen who were wandering around bits of Wales and Cornwall and all the rest of it, and Ireland in the late 18th, late 19th century, talking to the common folk about their stories, and they just wrote all these things down. And again, if you go back to, this is where you find the origin story, and you'll find the variations. But go back to collections of antiquarian folklorist books that you can find on Project Gutenberg.
Antiquarian bookshops are the best.
Yeah.
Things like the Golden Bough, which is tremendously hard going but is also full of good stuff.
Yeah.
But Gutenberg is good. Also, I mean, I just go around second-hand shops and pick up books.
Yeah.
And not just necessarily folklore books either. Things like old folk sayings, folk songs, things written in a certain language at a certain time that you wouldn't get. Also, don't forget art galleries. Don't forget visual representations of things going back hundreds of years, how fairies have evolved from being big to being small and then being big again.
There's little local museums and National Trust shops where you've got the bookstore where there's a teeny tiny pamphlet, little self-produced book that somebody's done as a labour of love, which is local legends from my particular corner of this county, and you'll come across things you've never come across before.
And talk to people. Yeah, there are still people very happy, elderly people very happy to tell you about their local legends and their beliefs and things, and that can be really, really helpful. Different voices, basically.
I'll just add, always go through the footnotes as well, whatever you're reading, to other people's sources. If you've liked what one person said, find out where they got it from, and you can just go out and help.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all very much indeed for a fascinating panel. Thank you all for attending. Hand for our quick photo.
Yeah? Oh, 14 times.
Okay. And obviously the Reader's Digest, which is just packed full of nuggets and great things.
Thank you so much.
if you have magic logistics, well, of course you can do anything you want as long as your readership is willing to have its credibility strained. You have to have a certain willing suspension of disbelief in order to read the Hebrew Bible, and thankfully lots of people bring willing suspension of disbelief to reading the Bible. And if you don't, I can't be held responsible. However, the idea of magic logistics, the idea that in the morning there is a coating of yummy food on the ground that tastes like a combination of coriander seed and whatever bdellium is it's not unknown in other areas. And when I was a young staff officer in the Canadian Army, doing logistics staff tasks, doing log ops for divisional exercise, for instance, I would say things like, "You can't do that, we'll run out of fuel." And the commander would say, "We're on magic logistics now." So, which basically means you have deployed on this exercise for no good reason. So sit there with your Stetler markers and draw cartoons on the map on the map talc instead of doing your job. Because I can't do my job as a logistics officer if we have magic logistics, because the magic does it. When you are trying to train people in how to be staff officers and exercise people in being good staff officers, never mind that it's immensely frustrating, it's also hugely counterproductive. And it trains people to think that they can do without logistics. I know that when we deployed to Iraq in 2003, by which I was in the British Army, I know that one of the reasons we had lots of chef's whites in Iraq, but not enough desert combat uniforms, was because we had an entire generation of staff officers who'd been trained on magic logistics. However, in a fantasy world, you can have magic logistics, can't you? Recently, I was involved in a conversation on social media about cram. And I'd already submitted my title for this event. More lembas, please. But just about a week ago, somebody posted something about cram. Now, is there a chance that anybody here is, yeah, sure. There are people here who might not be Tolkien devotees. There's a moment in Lord of the Rings when somebody is giving, an elf is giving a dwarf some lembas. Never mind what lembas is for a moment. I'm assuming most of you know, but if you don't, we'll come to that in a moment. And the dwarf proceeds to start eating it as though it were crisps. And the elf says something very much like, no, don't do that. This stuff is immensely nutritionally dense. He does not use those words. This stuff is immensely nutritionally dense. And only one of these crisps is enough to sustain you for a whole day of vigorous activity. To which our dwarf replies, I thought it was like cram, which the Dale men make for long journeys in the wild. No, for journeys in the wild. It doesn't even say long journeys in the wild, right? So our dwarf is saying, I mistook this magic food for this non-magical equivalent, which is a nutritionally dense food for people to consume on long, presumably vigorous journeys. Fine. Roger, so far? Do we all understand this so far? Mm-hmm. Okay. Is there anybody who does not know what lembas is in context? You can put your hand up if you like. Okay. Lembas is the magic food. And I always imagine it as effectively madeleine. And it is sort of golden brown and slightly crispy on the outside. It is pale and creamy on the inside. So it's basically a madeleine, right? And it's made by elves and therefore has some special virtue to it. And it is, and based on looking at the way lembas works in Lord of the Rings, it is immensely nutritionally dense, but weighs nothing and takes up no space because you can have enough for months of vigorous walking in your kit, along with pots and pans and an immensely heavy magic ring. Yeah? So it is magic food. In the wilderness, in the Hebrew Bible, we read about man, which is translated into English as manna, and which is a magic food that appears on the ground, just enough for 1 day's supply, except on Friday, when you get enough for 2 days' supply, because you're not going to collect it on the weekend, because work-life balance, and it tastes absolutely delightful. In Midrash, which is rabbinical fan fiction, we are told by ancient rabbis that if you spoke what you wanted it to taste like, and then you bit into it, it would taste like that, right? So it's magic food, right? And lembas appears to be magic food. And so one of my D&D playing buddies, once upon a time in the 1980s, encountered, in the context of having a fairly sadistic dungeon master, encountered a little pool with a little fish swimming in it and a golden ring in the bottom. And he said, well, there's a little fish swimming in it, so I can reach into the little pool and pull out the magic ring. Well, we all know what happens next. Roll for damage. And when he protested to the dungeon master, but there's a fish swimming in it, how can it be acid? The dungeon master's response was, it is a magic fish. Right? And to this day, and just in a previous, what was the film? And I just saw this in a previous session, where the guy says, magic, motherfucker. What was that film? No? That doesn't work, and it does, because I'm saying this to a YouTube audience. Have I just demonetized this film? If there is working magic, anything works. But there's also the issue of verisimilitude. So when we create the idea of lembas made by elves that has infinite or near infinite nutritional value packed into an infinitely packable substance wrapped in very pretty little leaves, we are asking people to suspend their disbelief. We are bringing in a plot device, are we not? We're bringing in something which is the fancy equivalent of any number of other plot devices that enable us to do what that division commander did when I was a young staff officer, which is to say, yeah, logistics, yada, yada, yada. What matters is operations. What matters is what the guy over in G3 Ops is doing, not what you are doing over there in G4 Logistics. How am I doing? Am I standing in the right place? Yeah. If you wonder why am I not pacing back and forth, it is because Simon the Tech would throw a rock at me, I'm sure, because it would make all of this much more difficult. I haven't introduced myself, by the way. I recognize this. I just started talking because I have bullet points. Coming back to cram. Cram is not magic, apparently. Cram is only such food as the Dalemen make, maybe bake, for journeys in the wild. It is some nutritionally dense, non-magical thing of which a dwarf can just scarf up a load without presumably making himself unwell or wasting the food. And in this discussion on social media, somebody said, what do you imagine cram was? And the response from about 1 million billion people was, it's like military biscuit. It's hardtack. It's ship's biscuit. All right? Now I know a lot about military biscuit because when I was doing that doctoral research that I mentioned earlier, one of the things I did was bake military biscuit as I calculated it must have been in the 17th century. Because I was looking at the question of what did people do to supply armies in what we used to call the English Civil War.
Did you add your own insects?
I must make a note. Did I did not. I did not add my own insect. I relied on wild yeast with one of the versions of it, and then I bought bottle conditioned beer so that I could use the yeast from the bottom of the bottle conditioned beer. So just as I relied on wild sources of yeast, I was clearly relying on wild sources of weevils to inhabit the biscuit and to provide that extra bit of protein. So I very much appreciate the question. It was very well taken. Biscuit is baking a kind of bread that is ordinary bread, about 75% moisture, or about 25% moisture, I forget which. And the rest of it is carbohydrate, a little bit of protein in the gluten, and a couple other things, a very small amount of fat. And it is, and you bake it until there is as little moisture as possible left in it, so that you are not carrying water around with you. And when the New Model Army is being issued bread in 1650, when General Monk is in command, he issued them a pound of bread a day in the form of biscuit, half a pound of cheese a day in the form of cheese, and a quart of beer a day, which is mostly water but has got a bit of carbohydrate in it and has got a bit of alcohol in it, which is great nutrition. And because as everybody who's known a real alcoholic knows, you can live on booze alone, and very little else. And presumably they weren't carrying the booze in their knapsacks, but they did have their bread and their beer in their knapsacks. And they could carry in their knapsacks, on their backs, knapsack, by the way, is the word that gives us knapsack. The word knapsack, however, is from the word schnapps, which means a snack or a shot. So the same word that gives us a shot of booze also gives us knapsack. You can write that down. You can wow people with that bit of information. They had a week's worth of food in their knapsacks, which means that they could carry 7 pounds of bread and 3.5 pounds of cheese with them in a bag for a week. And that was about it. Any other resupply would have to come from somebody who's either got an oven or a wagon or a pack animal, because you can't carry that much food with you and still carry weapons and equipment and other things you need for being a soldier. And this sort of thing starts to apply if you're imagining that the sort of default non-magical food that you're getting for journeys in the wild is basically bread. If you're eating a fraction of what you can carry every day in bread, you're not going to be terribly combat effective. British Army rations are a 24-hour ration pack, about 4,000 calories. 4,000 calories of bread is a lot. That is a lot of bread. As a result, a British Army ration pack has got a lot of fat in it. It's got a lot of fat, a lot of protein, and a certain amount of carbohydrate. When I was a young soldier in the Canadian Army, we used to get toothpaste tubes filled with honey, so that if you found yourself flagging and you needed a shot of energy, then you could just open up the toothpaste tube, squeeze it down, and just let the honey go straight down your neck, which was in retrospect really bad for my teeth. So the whole point, why am I telling you this story about the cram? I'm telling you this because a lot of people were very clear to me that it had to be bread. And my response is, yes, sir.
might they possibly have been, Tolkien possibly have been thinking of Horlicks tablets from the First World War ration pack?
So I'm just going to repeat this so that everyone else can hear this. The suggestion is that it might have been some equivalent of Horlicks tablets.
Which were a chewing exercise, because I have tried one.
That's very interesting. And did you try one that was fresh from the factory?
No, it was courtesy of my late uncle who served in the British Army in the 1930s. So basically, I ate a museum exhibit.
Your bravery is to be commended. So I'll tell you what a description of cram is from Professor Tolkien, which is that it is, if I recall correctly, and I'm not going to pull out a thing to read to you, is that it was, I think he says brown, he definitely says it looked oily, he definitely said it was biscuit-like and it was chewy.
Mostly a chewing exercise, I think.
I think that the word chewing exercise is part of that.
Certainly, it's guaranteed to shut up a small boy because his gums bent.
You hear nothing else from him for a while?
So, pemmican?
This was my daughter's answer. My daughter is a graduate of the University of Bristol in nutritional science with a first-class degree. Make note. And her instant response was, the only way you're going to get the nutrient density and the calorie density you need is pemmican. And I will, what is pemmican? And then you can tell me how this compares to a Horlicks tablet. Pemmican is meat that has been dried until it can be ground to a powder. Then it is ground to a powder. And then it is mixed with fat. And the combination of powdered meat, which acts as the binder, and saturated fat, which is solid at room temperature, gives you an immensely nutrient-dense, very chewy product, which I'm assured by my daughter she has lived on for at least a week at a time, and it is extremely chewy. So, does that sound anything like what you know a Horlicks tablet to be?
Well, if eating pemmican dries out the inside of your mouth as if it absorbs every drop of saliva it can find,
yeah.
The Horlicks tablet was doing the same thing. Uncle Johnny told me later I should have been drinking a lot more water than I did.
This is unquestionably the case. So part of this conflict was, this online conflict was, other people insisting that they're right when I knew that I was right. So I knew that what we were talking about in this oily, chewy substance had to be something with a huge fat content in order to deliver the requisite calories. Well, calories just way of measuring food energy. In order to deliver the requisite food energy. Also, if you, I knew from first-hand experience, if you bake military biscuit, based on an idea of what 17th century military or ship's biscuit was like, it is not chewy. It is not chewy. You cannot chew it. It is like, now I would say it's like a rock. It's not, it's like wood. It's like wood. And we know from contemporary accounts that when people had to eat hard tack, as opposed to soft tommy, which is what soft bread was called in the Royal Navy at any rate. So if you ever wondered why Sweet Little Buttercup sings of soft tommy and succulent chops, that's what she means. But hard tack was not, you didn't try to bite it, you soaked it. And that comes back to the idea that you're going to have a large supply of fresh water on hand in order to consume any of this stuff. Because what you're taking out of it is the water, which has to be put back into it from a local supply of clean water. Interestingly, Professor Tolkien, who was a veteran of the First World War and who might well have been exposed to Horlicks tablets, also displays an awareness of the importance of finding fresh water, especially in areas where the ground might have been contaminated. And we see his characters doing so without using the little tablets that they issued us with in the army for doing that sort of thing. which means, of course, they've presumably had all sorts of nasty long-term occupational health difficulties coming out as a result. And this is all by way of explaining to you why I think this is something worth discussing. This is all the brief words of introduction before I introduce myself. Hi, my name's Lynette Nussbacher, and I used to be a logistician, and I used to be an Army intelligence officer, and I used to be a national intelligence advisor here in the UK. I have a complex background, which includes a doctorate in history, and I also have an immense fondness for verisimilitude when I'm reading fiction. I am one of those really irritating people for whom watching video, listening, or reading, if I think something's wrong, it does really take away from my enjoyment. And there's a sense in which that's my problem. I will admit that. There was a film called, no, don't remember the name, about people who were experiencing near-death experiences. They were bringing each other, Flatliners. And there's a remake apparently as well. But the original film came out at a time when I was very proud of my critical thinking skills. I was very proud of being a skeptic. And when it first came out, one of the things I kept saying is that this nonsense about near-death experience is nonsensical because people are describing dream states and they're ascribing the nature of what they report in their dream states. They're ascribing that to being near to death as opposed to being in a dream state. I was absolutely having nothing of that. And as a result, as I'm watching the movie, I am grumbling about it. And then I had a moment, a flash of clarity in which I said, yeah, and that Macbeth guy, maybe what he does on stage is not all that historically accurate either. And yet you went and sat through 5 acts of Macbeth and came away feeling it was money well spent. So maybe there is room in fiction for you to willingly suspend that disbelief. And those two clashing things are really important. The idea that when we confabulate, when we invent, when we make art, we have constantly to play off verisimilitude, which is, I think, more important than accuracy, especially when we're talking about a fantasy universe, and believability, and that which is fantastical, that which is important to take us out of ourselves and enable us to appreciate art. I hope that makes sense. I hope nobody's going to say, no, it must be factual reporting, because if you are going to take that view, then maybe I'm in the wrong place. So that's what I have in my mind. That is what I have in my mind as I start to ask and answer the question about how logistics ought to work. When I was looking at logistics of Exodus, one of the things I researched is how many calories a day in food energy people who are subsistence farmers and herdsmen require. And it's a fairly large number. And the idea that we can concentrate food energy by seeking food from higher and higher up a food chain is important, because of course as you move up a food chain, not only do you concentrate, among other things, pollutants. That's why I grew up on the shores of Lake Ontario, and you can't eat fish from Lake Ontario a lot. You can eat fish from Lake Ontario a little, because you can eat a little bit of mercury, but you don't want to eat them a lot because you don't want to eat a lot of mercury. And the bigger the fish in Lake Ontario, the more mercury they have in them, because a big fish has been absorbing mercury for longer by eating little fish. So you concentrate as you move up the food chain. And In Cyril Kornbluth's, who did Cyril Kornbluth write Space Merchants with? Remember? In Space Merchants by Cyril Kornbluth and somebody whose name...
Frederick Pohl.
Frederick Pohl and so Pohl and Kornbluth Space Merchants, thank you. Pleased to encounter the Gen X participants in here who think back fondly to Space Merchants. There is a source of food called chicken licken. And chicken licken is what would happen if you took a HeLa cell, or if you took Henrietta Lacks and used her for food. So Henrietta Lacks famously had cancer, which did not stop growing. And HeLa cells, I believe to this day, in a new version, are still used because you can grow them as much as you like. Henrietta Lacks did not do well out of this, and of course it has later turned out that her family, her ethnic minority family in the United States, did not make a lot of money out of Henrietta Lacks' death, whereas lots of big corporations did. In Space Merchants, we have a chicken, which is effectively a tumor, and it generates. It does not stop growing, and this chicken is continually being farmed, and they're just slicing pieces of chicken licken off, and that is how an overpopulated world is being fed. And that is a way of enabling us to imagine concentration further up the food chain. Chicken licken is constantly being force-fed the way we would force-feed a goose to make foie gras, and constantly producing more nutrient-dense concentration of food in the form of what could be called chicken meat. And so in any understanding of how we're going to realistically imagine logistics, one of the things we have to imagine is how high up the food chain you can go. And it is no accident that pemmican comes to us from North America, where First Nations made pemmican by hunting wild animals and processing wild animals for pemmican, because farming animals in order to produce pemmican, to get that much nutrient-dense stuff available, requires you to move up the food chain from all of the grain and use from grain matter or grass and have something else doing the concentration for you. And anybody who is a politically motivated vegetarian or vegan can tell you that if we eat cattle, the inputs necessary to produce cattle for everyone are unsustainable. Eating cattle requires us to concentrate wealth in order to concentrate nutrition by using the biological means available to cattle to fatten themselves and turn themselves into food. Is that something we reasonably understand? It's fairly common currency now. So if we, yes?
The logical extension of that is that we ought to be eating carnivores, which in practice we very rarely do.
Well,
or in shelter.
So moving up the food chain in search of more concentrated food could lead us towards the idea of eating carnivores, eating something at the top of the food chain. We do sometimes do that. If you go to Australia, to a chippy in Australia, one of the types of fish you are likely to run into is shark, right? Which you can sometimes see at a chippy here in the United Kingdom or elsewhere. But shark is concentrating an awful lot of protein, not a lot of fat, but, well, a reasonable amount of fat, fairly far up the food chain. If we ate lions, then we would find ourselves with perhaps a rather gamey substance. And also, we would find ourselves having to go to a lot of trouble and risk to catch and kill them, right?
I don't know what they taste like, but the dead lion smells absolutely awful.
Well,
Dead anything smells awful, doesn't it?
I kind of want to ask, and I kind of don't want to ask. What you did to Mufasa?
I didn't touch it. It died of old age.
I'm so very pleased to hear it. I do hope nobody went and tried to slice a couple of steaks out of it as it was decomposing in the sun. I believe you, sir. I absolutely believe you.
Given what they eat, which is basically any damn thing, they really are. I mean, they largely any old rubbish.
So, and this is part of the top of the food chain, and it's easy for us to say any old rubbish, but of course, in nature, so many things are food. And indeed, my younger daughter is an undergraduate, and they'll eat any old rubbish as well. And they'll pay a lot to have it delivered into the bargain. So your point is well taken. It is suggested by some anthropologists that food taboos in different cultures are designed to stop people seeking inappropriately inefficient food sources. So one of the things that I'm a practitioner of religion. My religion tells me not to eat off the top of the food chain, and a reason for that could be to stop me from doing some damn fool thing like trying to hunt down and eat a lion, because maybe the risk-benefit ratio around lions is not so good. But from the point of view of creating fiction around logistics, the food required, the calorie density required, takes us away from what plucky heroes can possibly carry in their packs. And that's something to bear in mind. If you're expecting people to walk for months and eat only what they have in their packs, then you are stretching credibility. And something similar, as I said earlier, Peter Edwards was the guy who looked at ammunition logistics. I only looked at food. However, I am no fool, and I know that if you are trying to supply someone with a bow with enough arrows to continue to function, and here it was just the other day, it was St. Crispin's Day, if you are going to shoot enough arrows to destroy a French army, you need a lot of arrows. If arrows are a matter of craft manufacture, then it is a non-trivial task to make arrows. Pre-modern cultures who manufacture in cottages and in workshops take a long time to produce. What they produce is comparatively high in value. It is comparatively sensitive to changes in supply, and it takes a long time. One of the reasons I cannot listen to Waterloo by ABBA is that it starts with the words, "At Waterloo, Napoleon did surrender." And I'll tell you, he did not surrender at Waterloo. Where did he surrender? Well, on the quarterdeck of HMS Bellerophon is where which was at that time tied up just up the road. And
He's a lovely guy.
well, and I appreciate your saying so. So why am I bringing this up? Because when Napoleon's army was destroyed at Waterloo, only one of the armies he had available to him in France at the time, one of the things he cannot do is get a new army. A reason for that is that he could never get the people, but another reason for that is the logistics. It is early modern Europe. It is pre-industrial revolution, and where do you get a musket to give to a soldier? You get a musket from the town of Charleville-Mézières in France. The muskets they make in Charleville-Mézières have three main components: lock, stock, and barrel. Three main components. The locks, the stocks, and the barrels are made by tradesmen coming from 3 different trades, and they work in cottage industry, not metaphorical cottage industry. They worked in their own cottages. And across the town of Charleville-Mézières, there were enough lock, stock, and barrel manufacturers to manufacture what was called the Charleville musket. If you need another army's worth of muskets, all those French guys have got to work for months and months making locks, stocks, and barrels. If you rush them, first of all, you'll get bad locks, or bad stocks, or God help us, bad barrels, and it won't make a difference. You can stand there and whip them to work day and night. Their manufacturing processes are slow. So if we look at any pre-industrial means of getting an army, even in early modern Europe, it takes a long time. Musket balls, arrows, all of these things likewise. And in so much of fantasy literature, swords and sword-making technology is taken so for granted. I fight rapier and dagger a lot, and I use a rapier that has a blade that is 115 centimeters long, because I like me a long rapier. The technology to make a blade that is 2 centimeters wide, 115 centimeters long, and is not going to break when you try to kill someone with it, that is technology that we do not see in Europe until about the year 1580. 1580. This is not because it never occurred to people to make something like this, it's because the technology to produce it didn't exist. The technology to produce any sword at any time before about 1690 was high value, and that means high priced. So when we look at supplies of weapons, not just complicated weapons like a musket, we are demanding people produce something which can be technologically very difficult, and which we are sometimes asking people to produce in quantity. What was the classic English medieval weapon? Longbow. What's longbow made out of? Yew tree. Can be made out of yew tree, ideally, from Italy. English yew is crap for it, but Italian yew is excellent for this. So what is the technical term when you cut down a tree and cut it into bits? What's it called? Well, that's very cool. You can do this by pollarding or coppicing. Absolutely. And the thing you get is called a stick. Yeah? Before you make it into a bow, which you do by shaving it down very carefully, you have a stick. And sticks can exist in quantity in nature. They did exist in quantity in nature in Italy, and yew trees were cut down, cut into billets, and sent to England to be made into bows. You can also make bows out of native wood like ash. Thank you. And so English longbowmen could have comparatively cheap and comparatively inexpensive weapons in quantity as long as it's made out of a stick. Now, if you were not using a bow and you were an English medieval soldier, you were using something called a brown bill. And a brown bill was mostly made of a stick. It's a stick about this long, maybe a bit longer. It was a stick. Onto the top of the stick, you would attach something very much like a billhook. Any blacksmith in England can make you a billhook, then and now. Every county has a different shape of billhook, except mine. I live in Surrey. There is no Surrey billhook. And I'm told that this is because the population density in Surrey meant that there was a Reigate billhook, a Guildford billhook, and so on, as opposed to a Farnham billhook, as opposed to other counties where there's a whole county-wide billhook. And that it's all nonsense because every blacksmith made the billhooks their own way. But anyone capable of making a billhook, which is every single blacksmith in England, was capable of making a brown bill. Because instead of having a handle about that long, you have a handle about that long. The thing on the end is metal, it's pointy, requires comparatively simple manufacturing methods, so you could make a lot of them. What's my point? Bearing in mind that I had a warning. What's my point? My point is that if we are seeking verisimilitude in logistics, we must take into account that while we can have magic logistics, when we do, we pay a price for it. That price could be that in 2003 you can't run a competent air bridge from the United Kingdom to Iraq. It could be that you end up with something which is unbelievable fiction or fiction that reads wrong, but you pay a price. How worth it is it to you as a creator or a consumer of fiction to have verisimilitude? Well, that's up to you. But one of the things to take into account is what can magic do for you? What can technology and economics do for you? And how important is it to you to understand what technology and economics, which are just code words for reality, how does that need to play into the way you run logistics for your own fictional environment? Questions? Questions? Sir?
It's a very really stupid question because it's something I know nothing about. When your commanding officer, I think in the Canadian Army, said, we are going to use magic logistics, does it mean the operation you're planning is never actually going to happen? Just on paper?
When the boss says magic logistics, well, first of all, what is the answer when he says we're going into magic logistics? The answer is yes, sir. In a training environment, it means that you are not going to make the training, you're not going to allow the training to be as closely connected to reality as it should be. And that means that when you do conduct operations, it's going to be a problem. You don't say magic logistics on operation, it's a training issue. Does that make sense?
So are soldiers and the trucks actually going anywhere in this operation, or is it all on paper?
You can run magic logistics in an operation where there are trucks moving, but they do run out of fuel. But in the case in my mind, it was an exercise that was in which the maneuver elements existed on paper and the headquarters elements existed in real life. So nobody was actually running out of fuel on a road in the middle of Germany at the time. But on my map, there are definitely people running out of fuel on a road in the middle of Germany. Yeah? Yes, thank you. Sir? No, it was just a vulgar remark here in the front of the room, if I may just characterize it.
Playing tennis with no net.
It's playing tennis with no net. Correct. Yeah, or writing fiction that doesn't ring true. Or sorry? Or invading Ukraine and saying that you'll knock them off in 2 weeks, even though that won't work in real life. Yes, sir?
A professional opinion. The longbow is the famous medieval English weapon, but the bill is also a very famous medieval English weapon. Which logistically would make more sense? The one which requires an operator with a lifetime of training, or the one which can be handed to a farmer who knows how to use something similar and has been doing so all his life?
I will tell you my military historian answer to that. You need three things in order to fight medieval warfare. You need cavalry, you need people holding long sticks with something heavy on the end, and you need artillery in the form of weapons with reach, in this case archers. and you need to combine those three and use them in a mutually supporting way so that you can fight and win. You need cavalry, you need archers, you need people with big sticks with billhooks on the end.
So could I describe that as you need the aristocracy, the yeomanry, and the peasantry working in common on the battlefield?
No, you could say that, but and I've Simon the Tech. I have seen your sign. I will wrap up. So in order to concentrate enough wealth far enough up the economic food chain in order to produce war horses, perhaps you do need aristocracy or some equivalent in other cultures. In order to produce large numbers of people able to go out and hold a billhook, one might need other layers of economy and society, but it doesn't break down quite so easily as that, I would suggest. But I appreciate the question, and I appreciate the nature of the question.
You also need camp followers.
You absolutely do need, so you use the term camp followers, you need your logistics capabilities. And one of the things that we assume is that armies bring their own logistic capabilities, that you have soldiers or people employed by the army to do that. But in pre-modern armies, these capabilities are provided by the local inhabitants and by people who follow the army, and those are absolutely your camp followers, and they're part of your logistics systems. And you need bankers, someone to be paying for all of this as well, because the countryside can't support that much. That many people eating that much all at the same time. I agree. If I were giving a structured lecture today, then that capability would be part of it. I'll just direct you towards the triple thread forthcoming from Ellipsis Press in order to read a fairly turgid book on the subject by me that is fairly technical. There we go. So I'm going to now respond. Hello, I'm taking up your space. Please do. Thank you so much for your attention. God bless.
put it back because it's part of the stream and he'll when that. No, it'd be gained to pick up. Is that true, sound guy? That might mean the microphones are too quiet.
Just means I'm not listening.
I'm moving forward. It's better.
So, shall we begin?
You have.
We have, right? Right, so because we are starting late, which is fine, I can say this is the last panel of the first 2-day BristolCon. It's called Lost Spaces and Abandoned Places. You're all expecting to be on that panel? Yes, good. And we'll start by ask Peter to introduce yourself, and then we'll sweep across.
Hi, I'm Piotr Świetlik. I write fiction, science fiction mostly. I think it's a cool backdrop for a panel like that, because, yeah, very apt. So yes, and I occasionally get published of what I write. So.
Okay, hi, I'm Penny Hill. I write under the name of Penelope Hill. I write fantasy and inclusive horror, and I'm working on some science fiction, but I haven't actually been published with that yet.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Alhamid. I'm the author of 10 published novels, a bunch of short stories. I'm also a games writer. I'm probably best known for the Johannes Cabal series. My most recent book is this one here, Shadow in the Glass. The day job is I'm a games writer for next project is Atomfall, which is out early next year, and I was a principal writer on that. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Emily Inkpen. I am a novelist and audio dramatist. I write the sci-fi dark political science fiction audio drama The Dex Legacy, which is doing pretty well, and it's a bit of a behemoth. And day job wise, I'm a writer, was a medical writer for a while, writer in the gaming industry, so words in a lot of configurations. That's me. Yep.
My name is Bab. I am the moderator of this panel. I am the vice chair of BristolCon, and I'm in Dex Legacy. So,
many times.
Yes. All different characters and voices, but they're all the same. So, the discussion we're going to look at is both the fictional and the real world of abandoned places and lost spaces. I love the rhyming of that. So if we start with that, and we'll start with Emily, if we start with the fictional places that you like, and then we'll move on to real world ones.
Oh gosh.
Just do the fictional ones, we'll move along, and then we'll do the...
Oh, okay, okay. Fictional places, like abandoned places?
Yes.
That
I should point out Emily found out she was on this panel today.
Yeah, which is great. You've given me the opening question. I love this. I mean...
Actually, I was a bit mean.
That was really mean. The big one that I have to love over and over again, which is the real classic, is Atlantis, because it comes back and back and back in so many forms. And, yeah, okay, it's not always abandoned. Sometimes it's populated, but I mean in Stargate it's abandoned and then they populate it. So I find it interesting how this city that is incredibly ancient history and myth and legend is often reborn in science fiction and fantasy. And in so many ways.
Let's see how fictional places. I was always taken by the H.P. Lovecraft story of the Doom that came to Sarnath, in that something awful comes out of the lake and basically depopulates the place, and after that nobody dares go back to Sarnath. To the extent where in one of my novels, The Fear Institute, they go to the Dreamlands and they go to Sarnath, and there's all I put in lots of descriptions have been lurking in my imagination for donkey's years, having read the original Lovecraft, of them just wandering these empty streets and the empty market squares and all the rest of it. The place slowly falling to pieces, but that air of a whole city, like giant Mary Celeste, in that it was depopulated in a single night. It didn't slowly wither away. That's always stayed with me.
Well, I think this convention likes me because I would be starting with the mythical Africa that is absolutely teeming with lost cities, whether you're talking Edgar Rice Burroughs or H. Rider Haggard, and I walk past the book counter and there is a copy of She sat on the book table, and the idea of a lost city far away from the culture that built it, the city of call where dwells she who must be obeyed, a fascinating concept to start a piece of fiction. And at one point, mythical Africa was full of them.
I'm not sure literally I have any that I could recommend straight away. It's for me, it's always more of a visual. I've either been there, so it's tactile, or it's a visual thing. But one visual thing from the movie comes from an old flick called Quiet Earth. Basically, Last Man on Earth, which turns out, spoilers, not to be Earth. That'd be the abandoned place, really nicely, really nice feel to it.
So I just want to point out that Jason Momoa definitely lives in Atlantis.
That is true. I'm so sorry. Okay, in which case,
if it's in two franchises, it must be true. So moving on to real world places, and I'd be interested to see if your fictional place marries up with your...
Well, same answer for me if it's absolutely true that...
Has got anything to do with Jason Momoa, doesn't it?
It's Jason Momoa again.
Okay, Jason Momoa has not been abandoned. I'm very sorry.
Yet.
Moving on. We go down to Peter. Would you like to talk about places that are real and whether they link to...
Okay. There's so many. The region I come from is littered with abandoned foundries, coal mines, factories of this sort or that. Mainly foundries, huge industrial places. I always found them fascinating, and kind of, as a sort of teenager, young adult, we had a band of 3 that we would quite often. Two of them were actually good photographers. I just came for the ride, but we would quite often go into those places, obviously stupidly because you could easily die. But so don't do it at home, kids. But they have there's so much potential. There's so much potential and so much melancholy and sort of feel of loss of how great stuff was. Yeah. So I happen to have a foundry in the city I'm from, right slap bang in the middle of in the city centre. So that was always a prevalent thing, and it only stopped operating in the late 90s. So before they demolished I had the chance to go and explore it. Sorry. To go and explore it before they demolished the huge chimneys and the slag furnaces. So it was quite fun. So very much industrial connected.
Well, I'm at the other end. I love the real cities that have been dug up because of the mythology about them. Troy, Knossos, Pompeii and Herculaneum, places that had actually vanished. And because the stories about them ran true with certain people, they went and looked for them. And in Schlieman's case, they actually missed it because they'd done past the level of Troy that was appropriate for the Trojan War, and went further down thinking it had to be the oldest city. But it's still that concept of, this is your Indiana Jones stuff, that you look for somewhere that history suggests might have existed, mythology and legend says absolutely existed, and it's the legend that leads you to the new place.
I think my first real contact with something properly abandoned was we went for a holiday in North Wales when I was 9 years old. It was, I forget the name of the peninsula, it's one in Bethely on the south side anyway. Thank you. And on the north side we were staying closer to the north side, and tiny place. It was literally just a street with a pub and a post office, come grocers on it. And one day my mum said, "Do you fancy going singing The Abandoned Village?" I went, "Yeah." So headed northwards towards the coast. It wasn't a very long walk, it was only a mile or so. Along a track really, it would have been difficult to get down there, and at the end of it there was a terrace of houses. The roofs are gone, the windows are gone, the doors are gone, there were plants growing out, but they were very similar to the kind of terraced houses that I was used to seeing in other parts of the country. And went out onto the beach, and there was remains of the little bit of industry that had kept this literally one street village going in its life. No idea what he was doing. I'm guessing something like sea coal or something, because they had a building and the remains of an elevator to take debris and dump it out at sea. So there's remains of small local industry, the remains of where the people who worked there, and lying on the beach, this was the early 70s, lying on the beach was the rusted out empty shell of a World War II sea mine. So there was debris from a war as well, just lying there, and that whole image has always stuck with me.
I think for me, it's Edinburgh and the closes. And not everybody knows this, but the city of Edinburgh, as it is actually built on top of the old city. And back when cholera was rampant through sort of, urban spaces in the UK, the streets of Edinburgh were very narrow, and we're talking like this narrow. They're called the closes, so that's why. And the Edinburgh Gardens, the enormous park in the middle of Edinburgh, was a loch, and all of the waste went down these closes into the loch, and then that's where everybody got their drinking water from. You can see exactly what the problem was here. And so what their solution was to this is they boarded over the top of these houses, and then they built more on top. But you can go down into the original streets, and they do tours of the closes, and the houses are there, and they've got like furniture in them and stuff, because they just evacuated everybody and then just built on top, and then they drained the loch to get rid of that whole danger of the cholera infested water. And I find this fascinating because the city is still populated. It's still, obviously, it's Edinburgh, but underneath it is this whole abandoned layer that everyone's just walking around on top of the whole time. And it's its own history, its own horror story, really, of the first draft of a city, really. And then it all went horribly wrong, and they had to edit. So I just love that, and I love the sort of the history there. It's supposedly haunted, there's always those stories. And it's amazing, and the fact that it is still kind of furnished, you can still see through the windows. The fireplaces still have ash in them. You can really get how it would have felt living in there, and in that close proximity and everything. And the fact that, it's all granite, which is why they could build on top of it, because the stone structure of the buildings was close and solid and actually provides an okay sort of foundation for all the buildings that are now on top of it. But yeah, it's amazing.
So in an amazing segue that definitely genuinely wasn't planned, I have a sociological interest in abandoned places through tragedy. Edinburgh being one of them, Pripyat being another. Weirdly, people might disagree, Caerphilly Castle because Caerphilly Castle is an oppressive statue of suppression of the Welsh people. Yet if you try and take that castle away, it will be the Welsh people, I am Welsh, we will rise up and stop it. But we also rose up to stop it. And I wonder if the panel feel that I don't want to say commercialism like it's a bad thing, but obviously people pay to visit these places. They go on tours, they go into radioactive forests. I believe, and you may or not know the answer, Peter, but if there's a tour now where you can go around the abandoned, like, former Soviet places of all the different countries.
There are, I mean, yeah, something. There are. You can view sort of. It's a good old days kind of themed thing, isn't it? Which weren't like shitty days, and they were not good by any other means other than that. Okay, two things with this one. One, maybe to explain what I'm going to say next. There's this Russian guy, I know, not popular nation at the moment, obviously, but got nothing to do with war. He does videos of random, distant places in Russia, like far, far east, where there's no roads. He hops trains, quite often freight trains. And he did a random interview with an older guy in his late 60s, early 70s, who was fishing on the Lake Baikal in the early spring, which is extremely dangerous because that's when the thawing begins. And he asked him why he's doing it, because the guy was explaining to him that, oh yeah, last year my dear friend drowned there. He's like, why are you doing it? And he says, well, because otherwise, my pension won't be enough. And so to explain, so he said then, back when the communists were in power, it was shitty, but it was stable. You knew that you could survive on it. So going back to it, I think that's where a lot of the sentiment towards trips like that go. But there are trips onto those. It's put it this way, history is always fascinating. So regardless what you take on whichever political side you're on, whatever your worldviews are, knowing history, knowing as much about history as possible is always good. So is there, because you said about commercialization of...
So the second part, but to be honest, that was awesome. Obviously there are people, and I think I probably should say, because it's on stream, it is illegal to break into abandoned places, always get the owner's permission.
Yes.
But going to Caerphilly Castle, you can pay, all these other places you can pay, you can go on tours. Does that detract, and is it better, even if illegal, to go into these abandoned factories, which...
Put it this way, it's more dangerous. It has its own... When you're young and stupid, it's got its own thrill because you're in a place where, you shouldn't be. There is... It all depends what you like. If you like it, you're going to love it because you're the only person there. You can see a little bit like what Emily mentioned. You can see, quite often there'll be stuff just dumped, abandoned in a minute. They're closing the factory tomorrow. I'm not going to bother putting stuff away. It's just landing there, and it remains there throughout the years. So you get this sort of time capsule feel, or snippet of time where you can visit those. Commercialization does kill it a little bit to some extent. Obviously it makes it safer, so nobody was going to fall off anything, nothing's going to fall on your head, and the sort of added slightly bonus to the fact that it's been done by people who know about the place is that they will usually give you some additional information about it. But on the other end of that, some of the feel is lost, obviously.
Penny?
Well, I think it depends what you're talking about in terms of the ruin. I'm thinking Caerphilly Castle, and comparing that with, I actually got to visit Bolingbroke Castle, which is in Lincolnshire, which you find by walking up a field, and there's just a couple of walls of stone, a mound, and a little notice that says this was Bolingbroke Castle. and you compare that with, say, Warwick Castle, which, yes, is open to the public, and they run tourneys, they have fairs and festivals, and I think there's a balance between preserving some of these historical places and needing to collect the money to preserve these historical places, but the other end of that is the atmosphere, and if you go to Bolingbroke Castle, you open to your own imagination because there's nothing else except these ruins and grassy knolls. But if you don't know about that, people, when you take kids on tours, you're telling them the history, you're giving them the context of these abandoned places, these abandoned cities. And if you didn't know your foundry was a foundry, it would have less meaning.
Yeah, it would. So it's and it all kind of depends on the personal level, I think, because then obviously growing up there, I knew it was a foundry. Obviously, it was the reason why we closed the windows at night, because that's when they took the filters off. But I learned a lot more about it after going there and exploring places, and in general about the processes of what it involved, just being curious from it. But at the same time, I could have gotten that from if it was turned into a museum. So yes, I'm not proposing that people should go out and go into abandoned factories or foundries.
We've become so careful with YouTube.
It's yeah.
I just mean travel. We're all being. Thank you.
Oh, because we're all YouTube. We're all being.
We're all being. Before streaming, we said terrible things. Nobody recorded.
Don't ask me any more questions.
Yes, I mean it's a different experience. You go around, say, Fountains Abbey in North Yorkshire, which is one of the few abbeys which was kind of mothballed by Henry VIII with half an eye to turning it into an Anglican establishment, and that never happened, but it does mean that the place was kept in very good condition for donkey's years, and it's a remarkable ruin. There's great, huge tower sections and the undercroft and all that stuff, which for other abbeys was lost because they just collapsed, whereas that Fountains was maintained. It's obviously a National Historical Site, and these great towers would have fallen down long since if it wasn't for a lot of care and money going into keeping them up. So it's a different experience. You go around in your mind's eye, you can see just how big the abbey was when it was operational. But you don't feel like you've just stumbled onto it in the back of beyond. For a contrast, I remember in my 20s I tagged along with somebody who was sizing up a site possibly to rent for a company. Details are vague, it was a while ago. But I do remember the actual place, and it was a packaging company, I think, and they'd gone into liquidation, and it was just like you said, they abandoned the place overnight. There was the calendars were still on the last day before liquidation and things like that, and just wandering around the place, and there's still rubbish in the bins, and I didn't care to look in the fridge. But that sense of abandonment, that sense of humanity was here, and now it's gone. As you were saying with Edinburgh, with the ashes and the fireplaces, that there's little human touches. It does give it a different ambience altogether.
Shoes kicked off by the door.
Exactly that kind of thing, yeah.
I mean, I think all of you guys have summed this up in the real world, but I mean, I'm going to say, okay, imagine the Mines of Moria, but for tourists. All right, so we've got Gandalf doing like a historical tour of the Mines of Moria, right? And he's taking them through and he's giving them a bit of history while he's doing it. But it's really scary. You've got rocks falling from the ceiling, you've got orcs and cave trolls. I mean, that's not ideal. You've got buckets that can fall down wells, and it's just perilous, okay? Mines of Moria themselves, epic, okay? Like, anyone would want to go and have a look around them, but they're also terrifying. Now, if you had sanitized the Mines of Moria for tourists, what would they be like? Okay, no more orcs, probably not cave trolls.
Would they have railings?
Yes, they would have banisters.
Because
this
is one thing.
Holy moly! The only creatures in Middle Earth that have banisters are the goblins in The Hobbit. Okay, they are big on banisters, and I have to say their health and safety is like actually top notch. But aside from that, yeah, there would be banisters. There would be lighting in the big hall, up at the top. You know, up lighting. It would be amazing to walk into that place. You'd be able to book it for weddings, you know, like, it would be incredible. And like all of that history would be for everybody. And at the moment, it's just Gandalf walking through there with like, you know, with 8 other people going, oh, look at this amazing place, yeah, we're falling apart, you know, and then that's it. And then they help it to fall apart. Everything falls from the ceiling, you know, like the staircases are all broken. They almost die. They make it worse. And then they get out of Dodge. It's, you know, like, there is such an opportunity with that venue. Is all I can say. You know? Like, imagine what you could do with it.
So Gandalf will be a steward though, and if you try to go through the rope top areas, you shall not pass.
There would be like a model or an actor there doing it.
So for the other joke I thought of, it's 3:36. Welcome to the other panel today, reimagining, repurposing real estate in sci-fi and fantasy. Get married in Mordor.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Do that next year.
Yeah, I mean, there's a talking about mines.
Mines.
Yeah. Does anyone know St. Kenneth? The biggest mining disaster in Europe happened in St. Kenneth. It's my dad's hometown, and if you go there, you can still feel the cut. It's not abandoned, I should say. There are people living their lives there, but there is, you can still feel the cut of missing an entire. It happened twice, and in between there was World War One, or just after, always going, and they lost people on the Titanic. There's a whole. You can feel the generational scar. But there was a point where they thought about opening up the mine. You can go through the mine if you work for the coal board, but at one point they thought about, should we open it up as a let people visit, and it's very disrespectful because there was a lot of people that died there and they didn't do it, but ultimately the health and safety of visiting somewhere where there was, the explosion happened because mines explode, not because you know, and there's still a rough danger.
Yeah.
I admit to having the pleasure of having been taken down a coal mine by the coal board. I had a meeting at one of their centres, and underneath their centre they had this preserved section of coal mine, and we went down with the hats on and the lights, and we went down. And we had the little lecture about how they actually did the mining at the various bits and pieces. It was a fascinating experience. It was actually feeling the oppression of being in that environment, of understanding, you know, they were sticking dynamites in walls and then giving people warnings so they could back up and back away. And there are places, I mean, I live close to the Forest of Dean, and we have caves and we have cave mines that you can go down and visit. And I think there's an association with our fascination of that sort of place, that man-made underground, you know, warrior strikes again. And actually, people who go caving, the spelunkers in this world who go looking for, exploring places that nobody's ever been to before. And I think that's one of the appeal of these places. If you go to a commercialised place, somebody's commercialised it for you. And I'm quite fascinated. I occasionally watch YouTube for some of the, sounds very morbid, for the tales of cave diving disasters. The fascination of why these people put themselves at such peril and risk just to get to somewhere that nobody's ever been before. And in a sense, that's what we do reading our fictions. We're exploring places that nobody but the author has been before. So I think there is a spectrum of connection there that these abandoned places, these places that people haven't been in for, whether it's months or centuries, if you go to Pompeii, for instance, uncovering the past, discovering the things that haven't been seen for a very long time.
I just, as a writer, you were saying about sort of, as a writer we go to places that nobody's seen before, and I wonder if it's a similar feeling when I'm writing and I'm in a world. I feel this like almost sadness that I will never be able to take what's in my head and implant it into somebody else's head, and therefore, I mean, I do my best, but we'll never be able to actually show exactly what we see. And there's a sadness to that. It's a sort of loneliness that all these things that you've seen that are so exciting, no one else is ever going to see it. And if you're caving and you're going to a place nobody else is going, it's incredibly dangerous to get there. How do you communicate that to somebody? Is there the same level of sort of sadness of like going to a place and feeling that and then not being able to? Is it like chasing a loneliness or something, like chasing a distinctness, like a pathos? I don't.
So when I think about astronauts who talk about looking down on Earth and they have real trouble communicating that.
It's similar, but the reason I was giggling, you reminded me of Buzz Aldrin's famous joke. When he was explaining what it was like to land on the moon, it was like he would cut off in the middle of it and say, you will understand, you should have been there. Yeah.
I think it may be a mix. I think some people, like climbing Everest, they do it because it's an achievement. It gives them the label of the first person to do X, Y and Z, and I think some of it will depend on the individual as to why they're doing it. Whether do they get a thrill out of it, or are they seeking something more deep and spiritual? I think it's going to vary from person to person. I think as a writer, I think it's less a sense of loneliness as a sense of inability. That, there are these places in my head that I want to tell people about. And I'm not that good an artist, so I can't necessarily draw them. I try and describe them. But I also try and describe them from the perspective of the people who live there. And I think to some extent it's the appeal of abandoned places in fiction, and I'm thinking of gaming when you go to the Forgotten Realms and you get to Myth Tremor, and there's an excitement of being able to explore this city that so much has been written about.
Full of horizon.
I was going to say earlier that the fact that the hobby of tabletop role-playing was kicked off, its first and strongest entrance was Dungeons and Dragons, specifically because of the whole going to abandoned places and seeing what you could nick that wasn't nailed down, really.
Do we have a reading, or can we carry on with people in there?
Well, I think it's true.
No reading. We can carry on. Awesome. Okay. So, ask if the audience have any questions or insights they would like to ask. Or, not insights, ask for any. Does anyone have any questions?
Other than really wanting to shop at the Mines Warrior gift shop, because the swag would be amazing. How do books about lost cities in the Amazon and South America, say for example, Lost City of the Monkey God, Lost City of Z, that kind of thing, the search for El Dorado kind of thing?
Yep. What?
Sorry.
So the question is, what do you think about them? How do they link into you?
Well, I think they do, because I started off talking about Edgar Rice Burroughs and Lost Cities in Africa. I mean, I think it's this appeal of the exotic and of history and being able to encounter history. I mean, El Dorado, people were looking for because they wanted the gold. There are different reasons for wanting to be, but the mystery of these places, and one of the things that occurred to me thinking about this, actually there's a whole thing about non-existent places that people still search for, and I was thinking of Sanctuary in Logan's Run as being the beacon place that people would look for as an escape from the society that they were part of. I think El Dorado was part of that. It was about searching for something that if you found it, it would be fabulous and different. And I think that's also why Schliemann and the other archaeologists looking for Troy and the lost cities of Knossos and things like that did it. They weren't just interested in the archaeology, they were interested in the legend. And it was the legend that took them to discover these places.
Yeah, sort of like Indiana Jones, really.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw a thing recently. Indiana Jones obviously went to these places to loot, which was, you know, his thing, but on the behalf of museums, which is very much out of fashion these days as an activity. And I saw a thing that there should be a follow-up to Indiana Jones, a new series, where he goes around giving back all of the things that he stole. And sort of putting them back where he found them. I would actually watch that series. I think it would be, it would be fun.
My interest in abandoned places and whatnot doesn't tend to be on the scale of cities. I prefer small ones. Sarnath is about as big as it gets. But things like wrecks as well. We haven't really talked about shipwrecks, star shipwrecks, abandoned space bases, this kind of thing, and so on and so forth. Those live very strongly in my imagination.
Just don't try and raise the Titanic. That's, you have to sink the ocean.
They were cheaper.
Yoda. Yes, I mean the books work on different levels than actually going to some of those places does. So it's more than with books. It's more a tale of, you know, the actual tale that matters than the setting for me. Yeah, the abandoned places have a more, like I said, a more tactile or visual component to it.
I think there was another. I saw another hand. Yep.
This is more personal question to the panel. What's the best aesthetic setting for each of you, from abandoned places, temples, wrecks, that kind of thing? You know, places like jungles, deserts, outer space, underground, which really gets you digging.
Who wants to take that one first?
I can.
Yeah.
Because the one thing we haven't talked about and mentioned is Andrea Knowlton's Forerunners. And the Forerunners always fascinated me. The idea that within this galaxy you could go to a planet and find these ruins of people nobody knew anything about. They had these mysterious buildings and these mysterious machines, and you could find artifacts that did strange things, and sometimes they were good things and sometimes they weren't good things. But there was no information beyond that. It was these hints of something very old and something very different and alien. And I actually liked that this was something which she sprinkled through a whole series of her books. There wasn't a book about the Forerunners. There were, I think, 3 or 4 about the Forerunners, but all of her science fiction books had Forerunner hints in them. So it gave a coherence to her universe. And I really liked that, and that inspired me about thinking about history on a grander basis than just our history on Earth.
And there's the thing with languages, isn't it? That what always fascinated me. For me, the impossibility of contact with any other sentient life form. We can barely communicate with each other, and we can barely decipher languages that have not been spoken for a while, for a short while, in sort of cosmic space, scheme. I don't. Yeah, sorry, it wasn't really answering your question, was it?
I think one of the things that I would say is that, I mean, in terms of sparking imagination, wherever I go when I'm building worlds, there is always history, and especially if the world is old. And I think it's important to remember that wherever you go and wherever you, in your own book and in your own world when you're building it, is that there were people here a long time ago. What were they like? You know, there were people here that did think, like, politically, people move around or are moved forcefully, stuff is left behind. If you are going to describe those things, it helps to know why and what happened back then, because feelings that are related to that can be very relevant hundreds of years later, 1,000 years later. Grudges hold true, and just peppering your world with information like that, visual, tactile, this is what came before, and just having a sense of history, that people have always been there, and whether it's relevant to today or not. And you can know this, your characters don't have to know this. I always find that it's very useful to have a nerd in the party who can sort of inform. Having a nerd character, I mean like Hermione Granger or something, telling everyone what happened, Gandalf doing the tour of Moria, someone who's read a book, and yeah, just the context.
Yeah, to get back to the terms of the original question about the aesthetic of things, it's enormously flexible. It just depends the mental image that you want out of the fiction. I mean, look at, was it The Force Awakens, where you've got all those dead Imperial starships across the desert. That was a gorgeous evening to the film. Everything that came after was going, but that was, I wanted them to stay in that desert. I wanted the story to be based on these wrecks from a battle. They're already location, but in real time it's only 30 years before, but they're being stripped, and maybe they could find something interesting on these ships and the story would go further, and then they didn't do it. When I was a kid, there was a Biggles book, where they ended up on a desert island, and in a creek they found where a pirate ship had been put in for caulking and had never been taken out again, and so the jungle had grown across it, and they don't even realise until they're standing on the deck that there is a ship underneath all these climbing vines and things, and there are mysteries within the ship, so they have to descend into it. So it's horses for courses, anywhere works.
It is also sort of, to plug in what Jonathan and Emily said, it also is different sort of settings, whether it's a desert, ships on the desert, or whether it's crumbling industrial site in the middle of the city, or whether it's there's a movie in which Sean never mind. I'm really bad with names today. The guy that played the hand of the king in...
Sean Bean.
Sean Bean.
How did he die in this movie?
I don't know, but he dies. It's a futuristic movie.
He still dies. He always dies.
He always dies. Yeah. So this is sort of became to me some of a rating scale. Sean Bean dies. It should be. It ought to be a good movie. But there's a scene where there's skyscrapers covered in vines where they were abandoned. They weren't destroyed, they were just abandoned, and kind of everything overgrew. So all of them give you a different feeling for it, whether they're imaginary or whether they're real.
Oh, like Mad Max is a good one.
I'm surprised nobody's mentioned Mad Max. It's kind of an icon, isn't it?
Yeah, right. That just came to. I was like,
so we do have to finish, but as a correction, I will say Mad Max isn't an abandoned place. The place abandoned them. Okay, it's post-apocalyptic, and the people are still there. But the sign went up. I think Maggie's in the room. Maybe not. So we will be now having the closing ceremony, so please stay for that. I believe the bar stays open way later than it should for a Sunday, so there's plenty of time. You can stay in here, see our guests of honour and give them a round of applause, and then if you want to stay, go to the bar. If not, it's Sunday, everywhere else is closed. So I'd like to thank my panellists, and thank everyone for staying on the last panel of BristolCon 2024. Yes.
She knew and she already knew why. Also, there wasn't anything she could do about it. It wasn't like, oh, I'm going to turn the boiler on. It's, oh, the boiler has been turned on, but it will take a while.
Who in the room did the same as me?
It's fair.
Put the shower on, went and did something, and then got in the shower and then screamed. Yeah. Well, that was definitely a wake-up call this morning. Thank yous. We'll have to start with the thank yous to you guys.
We can't hear you, man.
Apparently they can't hear me. Yep. And now we've got feedback. So thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you, and would you please say thank you to our guests of honour, Joanne Harris and Peter Hamilton. I hope you've had plenty of opportunity to catch up with them, chat with them, get autographs, buy their books that you needed over the course of the weekend, and that you have also enjoyed yourselves. So thank you very much to both of you. We do have some thank you gifts, which Brad will expertly sort out. I'm not turning around because the microphone's quiet.
I was probably better at it last year.
Just a bit. Do you want me to keep?
No, you keep talking. Fill the air.
Fill the air?
I will.
Okay. Once this bit's done, you may notice our BristolCon banner. BristolCon banner has the signatures of all of the guests of honour that we've had over the last 15 years. So we would like to hand you a Sharpie or whatever and ask you to sign the banner for us as well. Okay. You're just going to carry on doing that while I do the thank yous?
Yes.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, other thank yous. The tech team, who have done a fantastic job, both in this room and downstairs, and setting people up in the SGS rooms at quite short notice in some instances, and never batted an eyelid. And to Simon specifically for being the last man standing last night, because he sent everybody a message saying, oh, you're all wimps, I'm still up. Yeah. Guess who was breakfast?
Oh, he didn't. He had it sent to him.
Yes, it was delivered to him. Okay. I'd also like to say a special thank you to our guest speaker, Lynette Nisbacher, who's done a lovely talk this afternoon for us, and a clutch at very short notice. So thank you very much, Lynette. Thank you to all of the helpers who have cut cake, served drinks, and moved things from place to place, and so thank you for you. Thank you to the hotel, and with special thanks to Rachel, who's almost certainly backstage somewhere listening to me at the moment, and Chris, who have been working with BristolCon ever since we first came here 14 years ago. And some time back, we gave them lifetime memberships because they love being here, they love helping out, and they think it's a wonderful con. So, you know, it's only right that they should have lifetime membership. And thank you to the committee. I know you've seen me up here in the opening and closing ceremony, but you will see other committee people around as well. Ops, we've got Nick, we've got Colette, who's dealt with the dealers, the dealer liaison, membership badges, things like that. Bev, my right-hand man, who is the vice chair and organises lots of things that you don't even know happen.
I've repurposed to right leg, man.
You're right leg. Okay, right. Andy, are you in the room? Andy, who organises all of the art shows, the art displays, things like that, and Rosie helps out with that as well. I've never forgotten Dan. Where are you? Program man. Yes.
Thank you to me, I wrote me on here. And thank you to my husband for putting up with me while I go through this. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to say this, I said it at the opening ceremony, I'm hoping you've read it elsewhere, but I'm going to repeat it. I don't want anybody suddenly facing a £60 or £100 bill because they failed to register their car registration. It's free if you're a delegate, unless you're stopping overnight, sorry about that. Register your car if you're parked in a car park. Additionally, if you have driven into the car park here, this hotel is in the clean air zone. So if you go in or out of this car park at this hotel, you have crossed into the clean air zone. If you haven't moved your car, it's not a problem. You don't have to pay it that day. But any time you do go in or out, you have to pay a clean air zone fee if you're not exempt. I'm hoping that you kept your FAQs. There's a QR code on the FAQs which will direct you to the site where you can check whether or not your vehicle is exempt, and if it's not, it will also allow you to pay that clean air zone fee. So
it's in the booklet as well.
Right, it's in the booklet as well. Yeah, thank you. Right. Do you want to do that?
Yep.
You can explain things.
Every gift has an explanation.
Excellent.
Every gift a story. Sort of. So there's 4 each. Sorry, I was a lot better at this last year. So these are coasters. Yes. There's a reason there's 4. And the motif is the speedbird on the front. So let's get this right. So that's for one coaster.
Thank you.
We have a sponsor that we found online, a company called Tricky Cider, who make UFO Wizard and Nirvana cider. So you might, if you know rock bands, get where they were going, but they did agree it was really similar, so they've given a lovely glass.
Splendid.
I'm hoping now the camera. Well, I'll carry on and then. Can I get the other thing, Dan? Or Si? Si does. So then, while the other thing is coming, you also get. You can use this as a glass, or you can use it as a statue, if you want. So that's an engraved glass. There's 2.
Fabulous.
We like it. It's just nice to have things you can pop up and not so massive that these are the nice things. Unless you don't make cider, and then swap them. So this is a local cider. Yeah, it's all right. So you have a bottle of UFO, a bottle of Wizard, and I assume if they do one troll, you get a bottle of that. I don't know. It's
Nominative determinism.
You've never thought of
fabulous.
Of the link, and hopefully next year you might come. So I'm not quite finished. I would also like to give you this postcard. Now this is a postcard of St Mary Redcliffe Church, but as you can see, like most of the hotel, it's slightly obscured and you can't really see it, but if you pay us some more, we'll show you the rest of the picture. So many people have booked this hotel, haven't they? Right, and then, I thought these were a bit silly, but apparently other guests are going to love them. So you have a little box with a pen in. I would like to tell, and I will say now I do not understand the email I got back. So on the pen, it each has your name. The first ones they sent me had your name, Peter, and then Joanne, your name underneath. Smaller. So I replied with, no, when I said these 2 names and I ordered 2 pens, I wanted... So it went back and forth, and then a really weird response. the Joanne Harris, and they sent them to me. And I wanted to reply with, what? Like, how does that... And I genuinely don't know, because I didn't want to ask, but it was just like, no, we've done what you've asked, and then the Joanne Harris, and it was sent. So, I don't get...
We come in 6-packs, right?
There can't be only one. And then somewhere...
Does it come in at all?
No, there is somewhere a model of Speedbird in Italy. They have arrived, and I've messaged somebody to say where they are. They will be here. I think we're looking for them. Splendid. Are they here? Right. So this is designed by Andy Haygood. We have a bag. You can have as many bags as you want and boxes.
Yeah, Joanne's on the train.
That's fine.
These are actually really hard to yes. Maybe it sits like that actually. I think it's quite nice that way.
It is very nice.
But this one doesn't sit that way, so I'd probably...
I'll have a harsh word with it.
There we go.
Thank you.
And that's all the goodies.
Thank you very much.
We do need to mention if there are any past guest of honours, we have a cup minimum, so if you'd like a mug. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you to Joanne and Peter.
And now...
Just a few final things here. Dates for 2025 to be confirmed, looking at the 25th of October next year. You're going to ask me, is it a 1-day or a 2-day con? To be decided, because we want your feedback. There's a feedback box out opposite the ops desk. There's pens, there's paper. If you want to say, I prefer a 1-day con, I prefer a 2-day con, and nothing else, please do that. But any feedback that you want to give, we'd be very grateful for, because there's no way that we can actually evolve as an event without your feedback, without your comments. We're not doing this right. Okay. And also our guests of honour are to be decided as well. So you're getting no answers to the questions today. Sorry. That's where the cookie crumbles today, I'm afraid. But we do need your feedback. There's been positive and not so positive comments throughout the course of the last 2 days. So we need more of you to give us those comments, please. Having said that, there's a pre-registration price and a code. Pre-registration is open. Irrespective of whether we do a 1 or a 2-day con, pre-registration is £30, which would be quite a bit cheaper than even a 1-day event. It's in the page 18 of your programme, and also in your FAQ sheet as well. So do use that if you're planning on coming again. That would only be available till midnight on Monday. The prices after that won't be, the membership registration won't be available till probably late January. So if you're going to do it and you want it like at that price, then do it before midnight on Monday, which is tomorrow. Yes, it is. 2 more things. I know a lot of you are leaving today, but some of you are here overnight. I'm here overnight, so come and chat to me in the bar at some point later. And you have to check out by noon, I think it is, tomorrow. But I have been warned, the fire alarm will be tested at 11. And it is just a test. So if you were planning on sleeping until 10 to noon, you will ruin your weekend. The fire alarm will be tested at 11 a.m. Finally, I think, and this badge reminds me otherwise,
we're going to tear down now. We're going to take everything out of all of these rooms. The builders' rooms closed, they're all packing up and going home or whatever. Same with the art room as well. We would appreciate some help, but can you just sort of report to the tech people first before moving things or unraveling things or unconnecting things or whatever, so that it can be directed. So we need, what, a dozen people-ish, there or thereabouts. So if you're around for a bit and you want to help out, that would be really, really useful, and we'd be very grateful for that help. Anything else?
So the banner.
The banner. Where's the banner?
What was that?
It was on the table. A little bit of a delay. We don't need the people instantly. We need them just after.
Okay.
Help lugging stuff.
Right, okay, so Joanne wants to skip off. So if we can get that signed in English. Yeah?
We still don't have instantly. To carry the equipment out.
No,
well, I'm used to that. That was just one guest of honour in the meeting.
It's just a show. I was hoping for something a bit bigger. And Lynette, would you like signing the banner as well?
Yeah.
Would that be okay? Thank you.
Just something a bit bigger.
Oh, fine. So go on and go to one if you wanted to, or hang around and give us a hand. But that's it. BristolCon, the first ever 2-day event, 15th anniversary, is now on truly over.
We're going to have a challenge packing all this stuff up. Pretty soon. I'm not...